Okay, I'm back. Um, so yesterday did a bit of a slow stream. But yeah, yesterday afternoon, though. At this point, probably something was probably like 10 hours ago or so. Maybe about 12, but it's 11. I'm not sure, whatever it is. Um, but I was planning on doing this the D&D one survey, the Cleric and Revised Species one, we got here. But I was really tired. I got all five, so I was asleep the night before, and I was super tired. Like when I add paragraphs and stuff, like I can't do it now, so I end up just kind of doing more of a chill chat stream for an hour and a half or so. Well, down 40 minutes. But went I didn't stream, ate a bit of dinner, almost immediately fell asleep, and then woke up about 3 or something. Like, okay, I'm gonna go stream a little bit. I mean, I sat there. Strangely, if I fall asleep while trying to do that, the kitten came over and laid down on my lap, and so I didn't know that okay, I was stream, but the kitten's on that, so I ended up being pinned down for a while there. So that until like 5, I ended up but maybe at 4:30 the kitten got up, and gave me my freedom. But then now here we are in here. Actually, it's probably a little bit later than that. I don't know, like 5, but so here we are now actually going to do and work on this here. So yeah, how should I start? Well, cleric. Well, no, there's really not much to say. Cleric, yeah, like satisfied. I can't. There's like well, I mean, like what else would it be? Truth is for me and you. Well, both than cleric, it's definitely any different than it was before. So, um, 30 wisdom, um, it's light armor, medium armor, shields. Yeah, it's not any different. It's satisfied. Well, in Challenge Divinity, so the addition on Divinity, divine energy directly within that planes, yada yada yada. So, the big difference is I should do also. We should have the PHP version as well, the basic version. Alright. But over here, so move that up. Um, so one thing is it's an early level, and then also it's long enough of just short rest, but you can actually make it so that with a later feature you can make it short rest. Um, but then it only just now then it also adds on top of the turn undead feature, it now also adds a divine spark thing which allows you to heal. There's an action you can you point to the horizontal within 30 feet of you, and then you basically roll number d6 to person plus, and then you restore hit points equal to that total, or you can force them to make a conscious saving throw, and then on a failed save they take great damage equal to yeah. So they basically you either an attack, you can deal damage to them, or you can heal somebody within 30 feet of you, as because um now gives cleric a good solid like a solid healing option there. It's a nice solid range healing option, and it also is a good damage way to it's also a way to get some damage out. So that I definitely like what they did to Channel Divinity. I mean, not having it recharge only on long rest is like however that you can change that with a different feature. So um it also it's also PB per long rest. Um and so otherwise it's one use at first level for first through fifth, and at six it goes to between 6th and 17th it's two uses, and 18th goes to 3 times. At 8th, now be 3 times. It'll be at 18th. You'll have it at 6 times per long rest, and you can make it short rest. At 6th level, it should be +3, so it'd be 3 times per long rest. But you can make it short rest with your holy order thing. So, I definitely like what they did there. Divine Spark, very satisfied. With which was the thing I was talking about before. Turn Undead, which was within 30 feet, must be within saving throw. See here must be within saving throw. Just churn for 1 minute or until it takes damage. The creature is dazed for 1 minute or until it takes damage, or you are incapacitated or die. A creature must spend its turns trying to move as far away from you as it can, but it can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. It also can't take reactions. For its action, it uses a dash action to try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If there's nowhere to move, the creature can use the dodge. So dazed. The dazed means you can move or take one action on your turn, not both. You can't. You also can't take a bonus action reaction. Okay. So you can move or take an action, and then. So with this, back up to here. While dazed this way, the only action the creature can take is the dash action, and if it moves, it must end that move farther from you than it started. So does the dash action change at all how it works? Taking the dash action allows you to make a bonus move on your turn. So basically, it only allows you to move. Basically, what it will do. So it's what it did before, and it also blocks bonus actions and reactions, which before, I guess you could potentially take a bonus action before. What you do with that? I mean, I guess most creatures wouldn't have, most undead wouldn't have bonus action they can necessarily use, but I guess I could have done a bonus action before. So like, yeah, I'm definitely sad. I'm satisfied with it. It's mildly confusing because it's like because it's saying you can do because it's basically saying like you can take an action or basically you also take the dash action or move, but the dash action is the same, but they're the same thing. There's no difference between the two. You're just choosing between whether you're using your action or whether you're using your move. You're just moving. It does mean they can't move as far away, because you can't dash and move, and so that you're not moving double your movement. You're moving half it all. You're moving you're equal to your movement, so you're moving half as far. You also can't do the dodge action either. So I think, yeah, I think I'll say very fast. Okay. First of all, spellcasting. It's no different. So satisfied. Holy Order. So Holy Order is something I've before. So Holy Order is an interesting thing. So rather than subclasses having your weapon proficiencies, your weapon and armor things, it's now this Holy Order, which is similar feature. So you have 3 options. One option is you get proficient in martial weapons and heavy armor. So like what you would have, like what War Twilight, Tempest Domain would give you. Well, like other ones like nature, life, order, forge. There might be another one. Not sure. Will give you just heavy armor, and then death would give you just the martial ones. Here you get 2 of them, and you don't. It's not from your subclass. You can like you could be a 4-domain cleric with proficient in martial weapons, or you could be a light cleric with proficient in martial weapons, or anything like that. So you don't need to be a war cleric. Like potentially you could be a Tempest domain cleric and not have proficiency with marksmanship and heavy armor. So then option number 2 is Scholar. So it allows you to. So then it gives you proficiency in 2 skills of your choice: Arcana, History, Nature, Persuasion, and Religion. So it's your intelligence. It's your intelligence score. It's your intelligence skills, except with persuasion instead of investigation. And then whenever you make a check using either the skills, you also get both your wisdom modifier. So in a way, it makes them all wisdom skills that you add your intelligence to as well. So it's in a way it's kind of like expertise, but it's not. It's making it so your wisdom's going to influence them. So I definitely do like Scholar. So it's like very interesting. It's not as useful in combat, obviously, but it's nice. It's still nice. Third turns with the third option, which allows you to take an extra cantrip. So it's a divine cantrip. So as a cleric, there's not much there. I mean, you've got Word of Radiance, Toll the Dead, Sacred Flame, and then some support cantrips, which like Resistance is better. They've updated Resistance, so it's a bit better. And I think Guidance has also been updated to be a little bit better. But like, it's a cleric cantrip. However, it also makes it so your challenge advantage once for short rest. If we charge this on when you finish a short rest. So that's nice, like kind of early level when you're dealing with like only like 2. Like at level 1, you're only with 2, and then per long, so you get 2 per short rest now. And so let's say you get 1 short rest a day, you get 4. So that's nice to have. Granted, high levels not as useful because like, well, at 17th level when you get the plus 6 proficiency bonus, well, you have 6 per long rest, but then you have 6 per short rest instead. You already aren't really going to use a lot of those. Also, I should like stream be lagging a little bit. So that would be just close my accessories if I don't need to open. Okay. So yeah. I hope it's fine. I'm not sure. Like, isn't saying we're having any problems? It doesn't tell me our problems, but no, that I watch. The thing my phone I used to control that stream looks like it's lagging there. There could be my phone's I think so, but whatever. Yeah. Then thirdly, you're still class. So wait, first of all, we're very satisfied. I definitely that. Now let's check at third level. Like everything else. Now that you don't have your proficiencies there, it's not as big a deal. So it's whatever. I don't really care. And then yeah, so whatever, I'm satisfied. Feet, so for now you have, instead of destroying, you have now smite undead. So before you have it, so before you destroy undead, basically depending on if they fail saving throw, depending on their CR, it will, if they have a CR of blank or lower depending on your level, it will then kill them. Well, now instead of that, whenever you turn undead, you will deal radiant damage to each creature that fails a saving throw, equal to another d8 equal to your proficiency bonus. So like at level 5 when you first get this, you'd be doing 3d8 radiant damage on your creature. Well, I think one significant thing is creatures turn undead immunity, because some undead have that, and so that's what I just kind of mind. Like, how does, I would assume they don't take damage then, but it makes clerics not as good at lower levels. Like it makes I think this is good against like shadows and stuff that are recent radiant. It's also good against creatures like vampires where radiant damage when you have like something like hypersensitive, like radiance is a big thing when it comes to vampires. Still radiant damage, so it would be really big. Granted, your uses though. I mean, if you have your if you took your polar thaumaturge and then are high enough level, if you're dealing with vampires, you probably have had a high level, so you probably have a lot of more challenge divinity uses. So you're not, so it's more you're more willing to just kind of throw them away, kind of. Um, but yeah, I do kind of wonder about turn immunity things and how it affects this. I mean, I think the way I would run it is probably they won't be affected by the turn dead piece, but also the damage. Because otherwise, it's just like I think they kind of want to clarify that. I am satisfied with it. I don't love it, but I'm gonna leave a note here. Um, it also makes it more useful because higher monsters. Like, while I think this change is good, um, um, uh, it needs to still work. Um, it needs to still affect things that affect creatures. It should still. Um, I'm trying to figure out how to word this because it's not to say that it wouldn't affect them, but I kind of wonder about it though. It's more of a does it not? So I know Crawling Claw has it. Turn immunity. The immunity affects that turn undead. So, um, stuff like creatures. Um, creatures. This could change. Um, creatures with churn immunity, like Crawling Claw and what else? I think I believe Revenant does as well. Yeah. Crawling Claw and Crawling Claw, Revenant. Etc. Um. 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 I think that this exchange is good. However, I would have um For creatures with turn immunity, should still take this damage. And that fact should be obvious. Should be clear, and that should be clear. Which should be clearly stated. Clearly stated. I not like how this coming across. I think this change is good. How are creatures with turn immunity? I think creatures with turn immunity should still take this damage, and that should be made. And that just look at which would need to be clear. And that needs to be clear. Should still take this damage, which should be and it should be clear stated as such. And it should clearly be should be stated and it should be clearly stated as such. Right now it seems okay. The problem with vampires is the important one. I want to check to see. No, they don't. Hmm. What else has it then? Immunity. Claw and claw. Went to D. Demolish. This doesn't have it. Okay. Yeah, for that one. Also, no, either. Lich doesn't have either. Interesting. Something else. Resistance, spellcasting, resistance. It's return resistance. That's different though. Okay, mummies don't have it. Oh, yeah, Revenant has it. Scared does not have it. Shadow does not have it. Skeleton doesn't have it. Spider doesn't have it. Where's don't? Whites don't. Willows don't. Wraiths don't. And then and zombies don't. Well, it shouldn't be here, so. Okay. Da 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 da. Ba 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 da da. Okay, none of them have it. Okay, nobody here has it, which. Nobody there has it. Nobody there has it. Nobody there has it. So it's just Crawling Claw, Revenant, Demolich. I think. What's the Chinese term? Resistance. So, I mean, so it's a Revenant. It's really all it is Revenant, Crawling Claw. Okay, I wonder, does this have the ability to search for a feature? Hello? Reloading. Hello? Hey. Give it a minute. Know what I have. But I should have looked at those. Like, trait. Turn immunity. Oh. So, Avatar of Death, which is from the match guide, I believe. It's from one of the card things. Clawing Claw Demolition Giant Skeleton, which is Tales from the Yawning Portal. Okay. Then Revenant. So yeah, it's not that many. So it definitely makes it more useful Just those feature. It's whatever. Blessed strikes. Um. Blessed strikes. I liked how originally each subclass had a damage type associated with it that 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 it that it would deal. It gave the subclasses a bit more flavor. There, as this is something that comes into play frequently. Which I just realized the cleric in the party that used. I don't think he's actually made an attack yet, though. I think he's spent all the actions healing. I think so, or will casting spells. I didn't have the casting damage in candidate, which I'm pretty sure is Firebolt. Actually, I know he has Firebolt. But because I went look to see if they could actually, if the party could actually stop a troll's regenerative ability, which yes they could. They haven't. Well, they have once, but not realizing it because I'm talking yesterday. Yesterday they added a new party member at the beginning of the session. They added something that's played before, but he's playing a Drake 1 Ranger. I had my classification. He ended that and he turned to pull it Rangers. Like, I asked him, do this Ranger attention to you? To Rangers, and like, yeah, sure. Then they went, which made it so bad. So the game kind of showed him the options. He's like, and Drake Warren popped at him. What was interesting to him was like, which makes sense. And so which I guess that's saying, but Drake Warren's not the best. A Drake Warren Ranger is not the most. Is a pretty complex thing to start out with. So it has. It's not a problem. I like the first try I didn't like really I kind of eased him into the character, into like what you can do. So like I haven't told him about Hunter's Mark yet, cause he's had all of 2 or 3 turns, but the first try I don't explain the whole companion thing. I let him just first get used to how you fight, and then sometimes like okay now that you have this companion here, this is what you can do with the companion. Okay, and then I don't think we got to the maybe there was another turn after that though because his turn was next. We started a turn then ran out of time. We only given 80 minutes. Period. It's like it's so dumb. It's like we got told 8 hours. Like I stream for more than 8 hours. It's like it's no time at all. Especially when you have to like if you're breaking that 8 hours into the 80-minute session, we have to recap after before each single one. Like what we did last time, we did this. Okay, well it's like I think it's still feasible that we can finish the adventure, but we're getting close to maybe we won't be able to. But yeah. Yeah. So this is the place comes into play frequently, and having something that makes them just makes these subclasses stand out. The subclasses it makes the subclass stand out more, and it makes the subclasses stand out a bit more. They should all deal radiant damage. They should all be able to deal radiant damage, but depending on your subclass, you might have other options. The obvious problem with this is not all subclasses have a damage type they can be linked to. While others, like nature, well, yeah, me too, so they would be stuck with just radiant. Though that isn't necessarily bad. Though radiant damage isn't bad. Though it would be nice. Though it is nice to be able. It was nice to have your forge cleric prevent a troll's regeneration ability after hitting it with a weapon attack. After hitting it with an attack. Isn't bad, but it is nice. Me too. This should be a paragraph. This shouldn't be a parenthetical statement. With this is not also how it damage. So some would be stuck with just with just radiant damage. The radiant damage isn't bad. It's actually a really good damage type. In fact, it's a pretty good damage type. In fact, it is a pretty good damage type. Okay. But it is nice to have your forge cleric prevent troll's veneration ability after hitting it with an attack. um doesn't have a fourth cleric definitely be able to your fourth cleric not have your fourth cleric be able to prevent a control to an ability after hitting with an attack. Other than otherwise, though though other than the damage type piece, I like the change. Okay. Fee, whatever. Holy Order. Okay, set the option again. Holy Order. Glad you like the same option. Then some feature, whatever. Divine Intervention. It is different. So yeah, so I think it's a central option. Yeah, so I don't actually use it. Yeah. I think you seek and roll percentile death. If you roll a number equal to or lower than your cleric level, the divine power intervenes. It means the demon chooses the nature of the power. The effect of any divine spell is appropriate. I mean, also, I think also just like I was also like if you're a nature cleric, then like obviously I think a primal spell is also your druid spells are also fair. Like your goddess, like nature god to like Maliki, like honestly having a druid spell should not have a primal spell. Primal spells are I think it'd be better, but obviously it's being generic. Well, general, generally. So, the difference is right here. I believe so. If the intervention occurs, you can't use this feature again for 2d6 days. Otherwise, you can use it again when you finish a long rest. Here it's for days. So. I'm say very satisfied so that I care about it. Alright, just tab that. Like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. One intervention. Like how the what's the not the recoup time, the recoup makes sense. I like how the recoup time varies given that not every request a cleric will make is of equal significance. As a DM, I would probably modify the outcome of the roll a bit depending on the nature of the intervention. If the deity resurrects let's see, double R. Is it that? Yeah. The deity resurrects someone, I would make it take more time to recharge this ability. Whereas if they had the deity just bless some deity to do something fee or plus feature whatever fee again whatever greater divine intervention. Each method there's no role required. So here when you use a divine intervention, you'll see no role required, and use again after just for 2 to 4 days. Let's say various of that. Okay, fee again whatever prepared spells. So spells they recommend you prepare. Sacred Flames, the Dying Thaumaturgy. I mean, sure, yeah. Q1 Shield of Faith, yeah. Bless, okay. Guiding Bolt, sure. Hold Person's Choose Weapon, sure. Guidance, yeah. Aid. Being Hope Spirit Guardians, sure. Spell Magic. It's kind of, I mean, they're only just PHP spells, So but griefing the water makes more sense. As mastering word. And revivify. Um let's need space elsewhere, so 1, 2, 3. Repaired spells. Um um I think the third level spell gained at 6th level should be either mass healing word or I think that's maybe sending, not sending revivify, but like creeping the water with, I think, or create. Should probably be. Mastering word because dispel magic. So, what should look at this? What spells they get? Let's look at them. It's arcane. Oh, because Svane's in here. Third, or vitality. It's like makes more sense. Like mastering word. Like mastering word or like aura vitality or something. Mastering word or aura of vitality. Oh, at first to make 100% sure that there's no limit to their spells they prepare. Any spell you can prepare with spell. Yes. Maybe, because the spell magic doesn't feel like, because the spell magic doesn't really feel like a doesn't really feel like a cleric spell. I hate how that looks. Any faith, sure. Banishment, sure. Death ward, sure. Flame strike, sure. Resistance, why not? Circle of power, yeah. Heal, sure. Divine word, sure. Holy aura, sure. Mass heal, yeah. Raise dead, sure. Recall, sure. Donate, sure. Where's ninth? Oh, ninth right there. Okay. Okay. Um. uh. Um. I feel like okay. There. Get around the word count, maybe. How far already used the elements of the left right feel less. So the little when you reach right, you see answer spells. So bless so they don't have a first level one, which they don't get first level spells. Just, I mean, I know why, because you don't have third level. You don't get your spells at first level, so I understand why that is. But getting first level for free from Lab Cleric makes sense, and not there is kind of weird, but it's what it is. It is what it is. Less restoration, pair of healing. That makes more sense than spiritual weapon. Big help revivify. Yeah. Well, okay. Match healing, word and revivify. That does make more sense. Then Um, I guess that's probably why I said into Mastling Word over at as one of the prepared spells issues over here is probably in part because you have Mastling right here, and so if you're doing the basic when they have set up here, then you do Mastling Word from there, and so you don't want to overlap it, so you don't force each other that one. So, but like, or Vitality though, so. But then Revivify, yeah. Aura of Life, Death Ward, that makes sense. Guardian of Faith, yeah. Or if Life or Death Ward makes a lot of sense. Then Great Restoration, Mass Cure Wounds, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I raised Dead or Great Restoration. I think Great Restoration over Great Restoration makes more sense, but it's whatever. I think I'm satisfied with it. I don't love it, but so life. So you transfer your powers to yourself. When you spell, when a spell you cast with a spell that restores hit points to a creature, that creature gets total hit points on the turn you cast the spell. The total hit points equal 2 plus the spell's level. I think the reason why they have this period on the turn you cast the spell is like Aura Vitality and stuff like that. Point equal 2 plus the spell's level. The creature we have to use a spell if it's so hard to free. They're basically the same thing. It's just worded a little bit better. I say I'm satisfied with it. Preserve life. You can use your Town Divinity to heal a group of the critically injured as an action. You can spell use your Town Divinity. Present your holy symbol, restoring a number of hit points equal to 5 times your cleric level. Choose any number of creatures within 30 feet of yourself. You can choose yourself, and we divide those hit points among those creatures. This feature can bring a creature's hit points to no more than half its hit point maximum. So basically, it's preventing you from like using it to fully heal one creature. So it's forcing you to do it more broadly. Because like in a scenario where like you could restore things from all the way to full HP, there's probably somebody else with many hit points, but like. I guess I mean maybe better like you can't restore more than half their hit points. I think because you could be in a scenario where like okay you have this one creature about to die, but like then you just use your other challenge divinity option. You were so yeah like if it's something where only one creature's majorly injured, then you got your other challenge divinity option. So there's no reason there's a divine spark option to heal somebody by their hit points equal d8s equal to your level. I mean, it's not as consistent, and so you could roll poorly, and then you're gonna have a problem. But you could also potentially go spend a high spell slot on like some sort of spell to heal them. So, not a big deal. And what is it normally? It's a little challenge divinity thing. Which challenge divinity this way, but it's not called challenge divinity for First Life. This one is an action, right? Yes. Yeah, it's the same thing. There's no like it doesn't affect these creature. It's fine, whatever. It's just a little late though. Blessed Healer. So the healing spells you can cast on others heal you as well. When you cast spells with a spell slot on the creature on other creatures that restores hit points to it, you gain spells equal to 2 plus the spell's level on the turn you cast the spell. So yeah, basically you also get this bonus. You get the health that you would get that'd be added up from this thing. So yeah, is it for all here? No, the same thing. It's worded a little bit differently. Yeah, I'm satisfied with it. Supreme healing. When you normally roll one armor die, it basically lets you do a maximum. You have a number of each of these dice with a spell that you cast a spell slot. So it's worth your divine spark thing. Yeah, that's the same thing. supreme healing. It would be nice if this also worked on the healing effect of your divine spark channel divinity option. Which would end up basically healing 8 times your proficiency bonus. Which at 17th, which is the highest you've ever had proficiency bonus, that's 6 times 8, so that's 48. I mean, that's a lot, sure, but like at 17th level, it's maybe like half your HP. It isn't. I mean, it's probably more than half. It's probably about the. It's probably about the amount of HP you might have from 12 levels of cleric. But granted, if you're rolling high, it's less. It's a lower percentage. So. Having it work this way would tie your subclass a bit more to your class. Oh, well, would make it feel more like part of your class. Having it work this way would tie yourself a bit more to your class. Making it feel more like a part of your class. Nice. Okay. And then I think so. Overall. Which of these facilities have you play tested? Not. Well, I Dragonborn because it's the same as from Tasha's. I haven't played Goliath. Ardling. I played as the original version of it, but not this one. How were you overall with the okay? So. Ardling. So this one is good. This one is cool. This one is also good. And I thought we just did a cold. Okay, so then this one here. Okay, you got climbing speed. Great, equal 1 speed. Great. And if you do make an auto strike, your damage level with your auto strike increases by your proficiency bonus, which is really wow, brain, wow, which is nice compared to like with other race stuff. It's like your auto strike does 1d4 slash damage or whatever. But if you're a monk, that does absolutely nothing for you because you only have a 1d4 level 1. This way, though, now it actually does something for a monk. The one thing that focuses on unarmed strikes. Now the thing that makes your unarmed strikes better is actually to help them. So that's good. I like that. It's cool. Racer. Okay. We know that the action your speed increases for the action. The increase equals 10 times per with. This is where like the turn immunity thing would kind of differ, but like obviously if not undead, so does the turn thing being turned wouldn't affect you here, but it equals 10 times per with. So like 60 increased by 60 feet. That's cool. It's a little different. It's not like just dash. It's got a little bit more. I like it. It's a little bit more to it. Swimmer, and then like hold up to an hour at a time. Great. Okay, hold breath. Oh, great, lovely. Sure. You walk through. Great. And then you give a resistance to cold damage. Lovely. Resistance to cold damage. Okay. And then you have flyer. Okay. And take in mind, originally with our lings, you have a flying speed. I think it was like an action or something. So with Ardling, you have angelic flight. As a bonus, you can sprout special wings for the moment, and flaps your another feet equal to your speed. If you're in the air at the end of the movement, you fall. If nothing is holding you aloft, you can just another take equals to your both, and you can also use it when you finish a long rest. Okay, great, sure, fine. Now here, you have vestigial wings. As a result, when you fall, you at least 10 feet, you can use your reaction to safely glide downwards. So it's slow fall of monk, basically. Or like a ring of feather falling. Or just the feather fall spell. Okay, take no damage from the fall. In addition, when you take the jump action, you can flap your wings to gain advantage on the actions at the ability check. But like that doesn't make you actually jump any farther. Like that just makes you better at jumping, like more consistent at jumping farther distances. That doesn't actually make you jump any farther than it would normally. Like that's flyers so bad. Like resistance to cold damage. Like add your PB to your damage of your unarmed strikes would be great on monk. Whereas like you when you do the dash action, your speed just goes through the roof. I mean like that's like imagine on that as like a cutting action kind of thing. I'm not sure if it would really work there, but like that's really neat and cool. I might prefer the backsies thing because it's a little more dynamic, but I like that. The hat seems fully an ability. And then you have like you don't take fall damage if you spend your reaction, and then like you're just a little bit better at jumping. I understand a lot of DMs are incapable of preventing like creatures from abuse, like breaking adventures through flights, and a lot of people have problems. They'll fly and like, but if you can't, but like, if a creature willing to fly breaks your adventure, well then I'm sorry, a 9th level wizard with fly breaks your adventure. Oh, but they do it level 1, and they're gonna fly level 1 as a bonus action. They can use like once, like no, you would prefer for long rest, and they can fly all of 30 feet, 40 feet. If they have mobile, a bit more if they're a monk. Actually, just king. It's level 1, not a monk, because your problems at level 1. Because like it's actually not 9th level. I said 9th. That's wrong. That's 9th is 5th level spells. So at it's 5th level. Your doesn't matter anymore. So, they can fly a number of feet. As a bonus action, they give themselves flying speed. They allow them to fly 30 feet, maybe 40 feet as a bonus action. Just move the ledge a little higher up or a little farther away. I mean, their characters can just jump the distance sometimes. Like Beast Barbarian can, guys high level obviously, but like they can just jump the gap. Like I said, like it's like, are you really that incapable you can't prevent? Like it's like, if you're really gonna think that thing, there are magical effects. Like what about some sort of glyph that if anything goes flying through the air, it shoots them down or something, or it has some sort of effect that like a hold monster thing, or a force cage, or whatever, or maybe like there are ways around it, like a wall of force. I mean, sure, if it's not a really magically inept area, then okay, but then just move the cliff back a little farther. What's the big deal? Like whatever the flying would give you the advantage over, just push a little farther back because it's only a bonus action, a small amount of time. I'm sure bonus actions fly a little bit, they can fall and fly a little bit more, but then they fall in a distance, and so they have to remake that distance they just gained there. Like you just move it a bit farther so it prevents them from getting up there. And you only need to worry about the 5th level, because only a 5th level you got people with the fly spell, in which case it doesn't matter anymore. Like, or other options just have it is like rather than having a advantage in a jump, make them like increase their jump distance or something. Like give them a bonus to their ability to make a jump by their they're equal to the level or their proficiency or something. Like, because I believe that the way it works is where is it? You should leave more than 5 feet. When you take the action, your speed must be greater than 0, and you must make a DC 10 strength check, acrobatics or athletics. So, if you don't move at least 10 feet, but immediately before this action, you make this check with disadvantage. If you disadvantage on the ability check. So, in this case, you with advantage is counted out, so you don't need to move 10 feet to make the check without disadvantage. So, but you move 10 feet first to make the check with advantage. Okay. And on a failure, you leap 5 feet horizontally or vertically. Okay. On a successful check, the check's total determines the distance in feet that you can clear horizontally, or half that total if you're jumping vertically. This jump doesn't expand your movement, but the distance you clear can't exceed your speed. Okay. Well, yeah. What if you just added your you can add your proficiency bonus to check on top of it normally. So, I mean, or maybe your level, not clear 20 feet, which like, it's really not a big deal. Like, like advantage is like, it's like a higher chance of success and a higher chance you can move a little farther, but like it's not going to give you like a creature with like expertise in acrobatics or athletics or just proficient in athletics and a high strength score is going to jump farther than you will. It's like, why would I ever pick that over any of the other ones here? Like, why would I not take resistance and cold damage? We'll hold my breath for up to an hour. Or at the dash ability, like boost my movement speed by a ton. Like, why wouldn't I take either of those instead? Like, yay, I don't take fall damage as phase reaction. Yippee! Like, generally I like it. I would say very satisfied, except I guess there's more to it though. You innately challenge minor divine magic. You have learned the the thaumaturgy spell. Yay, a utility spell that can. It's a cool spell, but like not that great. Um, like I like the spell. It's not that. It doesn't really move the It doesn't really move the needle at all. At least not mechanically speaking. Like how good your race is, and then whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace that spell with a different zero level spell from the divine spells. Oh, so it's not just thaumaturgy. Okay, well let's see. What could we do? Let's see. What do we got? Guidance. They update it a little bit, but it's just it moves the needle a little bit more than thaumaturgy does, but not a lot. Light. I mean, doesn't really move the needle a lot either. Resistance again kind of moves the needle a little bit more than thermometry does, but still not a lot. Sacred Flame, that moves the needle a little bit, but Spread Dying again moves a little more than thaumaturgy, but not much. Than thaumaturgy. When you go into Natasha's and you go to Xander's in there, you get told dead where it rains. Cause those ones actually do move the needle a bit, but it's not like you're getting Firebolt or Eldritch Blast or Booming Blade or anything like that. It's not that great. I mean, like, it's good, sure. Like, in a vacuum, yeah, that's a good feature. I'll take it. Except, then you get proficiency in Perception. Okay, well, sure, that's fine and wonderful and all. You know, that's great and all, but, I mean, except, oh look, I can't. Oh, but it's from the wizard spell list though. So it's like that one, but it's a wizard cantrip, which means Firebolt, Booming Blade, Sword Burst, on top of like your basic Prestidigitation, or Chill Touch, Shocking Grasp, Acid Splash. I think Mending. I'm not super sure, but I'm not super familiar with wizard spell list. Like, those are way more potent spells. Okay. Oh, and then you also, that whole. Oh, but they also get perception. Ooh. And they have the same exact skill. But you can get this thing. Okay. Great. Sure. I mean, good for you, but you don't get dark vision. I mean, you still don't, like, elves got, like, sure, it's okay. It's just like, this is just high elf, but like, you don't get dark vision at all. You don't get dark vision, and then like, sure, the like resistance to at cold damage, yay, okay, but like, it was better before. I mean, before you got the flight bonus action piece. You get thaumaturgy. You get one of these spells here, and you also get a third level. You get another first level spell, and at fifth level you get a second level spell, and you also get resistance to radiant damage. While I probably value resistance to cold damage mildly above resistance to radiant damage, because most things that are going to be doing radiant damage are good creatures. There's not a lot of evil creatures that are going to be doing radiant damage. Whereas like cold damage, you've got white dragons, you've got some undead that deal cold damage. There are things that are going to be doing Remoraz, Yetis. You've got cold damage creatures that are going to be doing cold damage to you, or like evil spellcasters, like either like wizards and stuff might be doing like cone of cold or whatever ice spell, cold damage spell. Radiant damage, like I said, it's like there's not that many creatures doing that. It's a great damage type to deal because like nothing resists it beyond like angels and stuff you're not gonna be fighting. And like I think Shulk also fits into radiant damage, but like when was the last time you fought a Shulk? So like it's a much more offensive type than a defensive type. So like, what makes me think I'm Pokemon here, but like, but still, this is better. Like, I mean, as a monk, this is really good. I'll give that. I think as a monk, this is better. If you're playing a monk, this is cool, and I like this, but like, it feels empty. It's like I take a dash action, I get a bonus. I learn a cleric's cantrip, yay, and I get proficient in perception. As a back, I get proficient in perception. I get proficient in stealth. I get basically this thing and a climbing speed, which I get from like here, kind of like what we got there. It's like, I mean, it just doesn't do it for me. Dragonborn, this is just the Dragonborn from Tasha's called and everything. Dragonborn from Fizbin's, they reverted to it. Yay! They went back to the good one. Okay, and now we get into Goliath. Now, unlike the like, I like the Dragonborn thing, but they just were reverting to what they should have done had it been originally. It's just whatever. That's what you should have done. I mean, it doesn't have the gemstone ones, but I don't really care that much. I mean, they're cool, but like, it's more like a let me do later on. It's like not having light domain. It's not having like light domain cleric or domain cleric other subclasses. We're going to do Goliath. I love Goliath. Well, this Goliath is really good. Okay, so the giants choose one of the following benefits. Okay, it's kind of like Ardling, but except Cloud is John. So like also it's no time to do proficient bonus per long rest. Cloud Giant, basically Misty Step essentially. Bonus action, top about 30 feet. Proficient bonus equals your long rest. Okay. Fine. He creates attack roll. You do extra fire damage equal 1d10 fire damage to the target. Okay. Like great for like fine trolls. Great able to get past that regeneration thing. Okay, damage. Nice. Frost Giant. His creature attack goes a little cold and also reduces their speed. It's basically kind of Ray of Frost, I think is what does that. No, Ray of Frost is I think it's right. I think Ray of Frost is 1d8 though. But yeah. Okay, look at that. It's a bit near. But when you creature with an attack roll, you can knock it prone. That's great. If you're not going to attack you, knock it prone, and then no, you have advantage next attack. And then so do your allies. So simply they don't have a turn until the start of the next turn. Well, until their turn, as soon as they stand up. So turns. This is what Goliath would have normally. Is when you take damage, you will use reaction to reduce the damage by a d12 plus your Constitution modifier. Like Storm Thunder, Storm Giant. If you take down from a creature, within from a creature within 6 feet, you react to deal thunder damage to the creature. Great, lovely. Okay, well, we got powerful build here. Yeah, we've got before. But you also now. I don't just be true for all powerful build things, but creatures. But like you also have advantage on anything that are made to end the grapple condition on yourself. Yeah, okay, makes sense. But first you gain the bonus. You gain the ability to supernaturally grow as a bonus action. You change your size to large, provide that you have based on other types. So like, okay, it's like Rune Knight or a large reduce sort of. It lasts for 10 minutes or until you use bonus action during the duration to end it as a bonus action. Duration you have advantage on the strength checks. Your speed increases by 10 feet, and then you can use bonus for long rest. That's cool. I mean, it's not amazing mechanically, like because like advantage of strength, you don't have it doesn't increase your damage, doesn't increase. You don't have another strength. Yeah, it's like it's not amazing, but like your speed increases, which is nice, and also have advantage strength checks, which is like, which would include jumping. So if you make a jump, you have advantage of those checks, which. I mean, sure, this is a form, but like, it also has more too, and it lasts for 10 minutes, and it's only once per long rest, but all because you're speed at 10 feet, which means you can jump farther as well. So also because you're large, it makes you hard to grapple in the first place. Like there are effects of having being large. This is being large. You just get from being large. It's like, oh, and also your speed is 35 feet, 35-foot speed. Like that's a good race. I'm very sad about that. Actually, I'm sad about the more. Hey, climber. I'm very sad with climber. Animal 1, 2, 3. Animal ancestry climber. I think this is great. Whereas where other unarmed strike racial features just do very little, if anything, to improve monks, the one class that actually uses unarmed strike. It uses unarmed strikes. I had to put that there more for emphasis and like to carry my point across, not because I find that I not know that what monks are, and this is about monks. So it gives more power. That's why they're not, because I think they're incompetent and dumb. I think incompetent because like if your job is to do D&D stuff, you don't know a monk is, you're probably incompetent. I'm like you, yeah. I don't know. Okay, it's like why is that your job? You do this with monks. This is actually very good for them. Very good for them. I would probably also give the option to deal slashing damage with your unarmed strikes, but this isn't a big deal. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Animal ancestry flyer. Very satisfied. Not taking fall damage. Being able to negate fall damage is great and all. um but with the previous version of Ardling being able to give yourself a flying speed even for just a short period of time makes this feature absolutely pitiful. Many DMs might complain about early level characters having a flying speed but with the way it really because it can give characters access to locations that would otherwise be accessible. Oh, able. Huh, weird. Accessible. Many complain about how early level characters having flying speed because it can give characters access to locations that would otherwise be inaccessible. But with the fact that it only gave a short burst of flying speed, a DM can simply move put a bit more space between simply add in a bit more space to prevent the character from flitting. splitting over. Over. So it shouldn't be a big deal. If the idea of a flying of a character having a flying speed is that appalling? Even though it was a gaseous form. It was like, but it was all at their level, and like wouldn't walk and thought level. Hey, the duration. Yeah, third level spell. So it's a warlock, wizard, artificer. So though wizards and sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards can all do it. No, that's fly at just at 5th level. Then at least have their jump ability increase the distance they can jump that's what I thought. Now I want to see something. Okay. And then if you're completely then one ally who can see. You said the jump ability increase that they can jump rather than just making it more likely that they will jump a little farther. similar to it's similar to that, but there it be double the distance or adding their level or proficiency bonus. Okay, racer. Oops, that fifth racer. Well, ancestry racer. I think this is cool. I think this is a cool way of having this work. Though I do think the tabaxis feline agility is a bit more dynamic. I'm not using the word wrong. Hell. Wow. Goodness gracious. Wow. Hello. Let's snapping. Yeah. That took way too much effort. Dynamic, and unique. Which isn't to say this is a bad ability, though. Isn't to say that this is bad or anything. Okay. Okay, swimmer, that's... Let's see about racer, yeah, it's about 50 feet, and then, up for up to an hour at, animal ancestry swimmer. I like this ability. The fact it has 3 different effects makes it a bit more effects, not effects. Effects makes it more likely to be useful useful, and the fact it gives the fact it gives you resistance to cold damage means that it is a pretty solid option to fall back on if the other options aren't super appealing or are unlikely to help the character. Need to help your character. I'm satisfied with it. Find magic. Getting access to a cleric cantrip is nice and all, but most cleric cantrips aren't all that great. Aren't all that good. With Xanathars, you do have Xanathars with XG, with a guide to everything. You do have Toll the Dead and Word of Radiance. Which are both good, but neither are here. Are an option at this point. Option at this point. Then I think I'm currently going through it and doing so. Back in which second it was, like Decemberish time. D&D Blizzard of the Coast released. Well, Blizzard of the Coast has been releasing these One D&D articles, which is basically going to be the next edition of D&D. And so back in December at some point, I don't know exactly when December was. Maybe it was late November, but I think it was December. I think it was like early December. They released what's now no longer new, but that point was new, article for covering the cleric class, as well as 3 updated 3 updates to races. Arling, which is like angelic thing. Dragonborn, which is one between about Fizzboy and Fizzbins, and then Goliath. Also other rules change stuff. And so now I'm going, and then back on the 22nd of December, they released a survey take for it, like trying to seeing what how people feel about it. And so I'm taking that survey. I haven't taken it yet because I've been busy with other things, but so I'm finally taking that survey and with that. So this is my thoughts on the Arling race, which are not that great. I'm not a huge fan of it and what they've done, but you get one clear concept, but neither compared to the cantrip I think this this in the original art they got a first level spell. They got first level, they got a cantrip. At third level they got a first level spell, and at fifth they got a second level spell. Now they lost. They got access to any first level cleric spell, but like, which is nice, but like they lost the first and second one, which Divine Favor, Cure Wounds, and Healing Word are all very good spells, and losing those is rough. So no longer getting a first level cleric divine spell at third level really hurts this feature and race as a whole. Really hurts this race. I think being able, I'm double the word count. This would be fun to have that. After that, and going at and on dashes, not M dashes. Underscores all over the place. I think being able to choose a first level spell from the divine spell list at third level would greatly improve this feature and thereby by this race. Even if they could only well feature. Nice. Nice. Being able to cast it once per long rest and using a spell slot. And by using a spell slot. Keen senses. And it's just great and all. But gaining proficiency in perception is great, but it's great. I'm not gonna. I shouldn't expend. No, I'm not gonna. I'll just say I'm satisfied with that. Okay, now I'm just gonna go add in M dashes, and a lot of them. Thing is, there's a way around it. Well, not around the amount of work I would have to do otherwise. Because I let's do like 2 of them. But like, thing is, there's big things there. Well, let's do this. Now let's go over here. Equals text join. Delimiter is going to be I don't want to do all M dashes, which makes this a little bit more complicated. But I'm gonna do this. Kind of like make it lap 3 times or something. I don't know. It does wrap, but not so much. We'll do this. Well, kind of want to do like no, that's not. But I need is text split. Text is just right here. Now, column delimiter is a space. Row delimiter, I don't care about that. I guess I could do an enter, but no. Ignore empty. No. I put a period there instead of a comma. Oops. Ignore empty spell. Say false because of the 3 spaces right there. Because I was probably like that. Case sensitive match. No, I don't care. Okay. So yeah, all this here. Now, is there an easy way to like, to like every other one be an M dash, basically? Yeah. Happy New Year to you as well. Wait, did you? Okay, no, it's fine. I was worried I might run out of rows, but it would tell me that was the spiller if that was the case. So, I need. Cause I don't want to have every single space be placed by a M dash. There's gonna be way too many M dashes. No, thank you. I don't want that. How do I make so every other one is? What happens if I do this? What does it make it of a row and a column limiter of space? Nothing. Okay. But if I make this like chart 10, it would. No, so now it has different other things, but do really well on that. I don't know. I'll look different in the moment, but because it makes it cleaner. I might be able to go with an indirect. Well, first of all, let's do this. Oh, if I want to check something, I'm assuming there aren't any spaces here, but yeah, so that should be all in spaces. So I would need text join no matter what. Join the delimiter of a space, and then oops, include empty cells, and then I just want it through here. Okay. It's 5. Okay. Oh. Zoop. Okay. Now here it's H. H is so 5. E is 5. So 6, 7, 8. So in the 8th column of those ones. So actually, don't need concast. I need like an indirect. If I take the column number and I subtract 1 from it, so this would be the first one. So this would be 1. This would be our student style though. So it's row 2, column ampersand. What I think this says. However, that's just the first piece. So do that, and then I think I need it to like brain. Hello. Brain. Hello. So I need you to begin to this one, but I want this 8. We said 5, 6, 7, 8. I want 8 and 9 to be collected together. So what if I think of this as 1 and 2? So I'm trying to think, can I multiply it by 2 and actually get something to come out of it and make something that actually work here? So if I were 1 and 2, and then it'd be 3 and 4. So the first one's it multiplied by 2 minus 1. The second one's it multiplied by 2. So 4. Yes, that works. So it's the column number minus 1. So this would be 1 then. Multiplied by 2. But then subtract and have 1 subtracted from it. Again, basically. So that should then do then the indirect is just R1 style. Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me like that? What did I do wrong? Oh, I may or may not have forgotten to do the plus 6 to the 7 piece. This needs to be, so this will be 1. So it's 1 times 2 is 2, minus 1 is 1, but it needs to be 8. 5, 6, 7, 8, rather than 1. So it's plus 7 on top of that, all that. And then with an ampersand, a space. I'm gonna need to add a few more M dashes in, but it's fine. I'll cut a lot of M dashes I'll need to add in and out. So, oh, yeah. Okay. And then I'll just copy this. So then this one, I don't need to subtract the 1. So it's just multiplied by 2. So we'll call number -1. So it's be 1 times 2 is 2, then plus 7 to make it 9. Over here, this is the difference in that I think being able to, like, this one needs to be on 6, not on 9. So on the first one, this would be 1 plus 5. This is 2 plus 5. Wait, no. No, 1 plus 5 is 6. This is about 7, yeah. Okay, that's right. Wait. Oh, I forgot about this piece. I don't have it. I don't have the row to adjust automatically. Well, it's just, no, skip the number. No, I didn't. House cost, skip 3. Bob's being dumb. Okay, there we go. Now, hopefully if I do this, is it bad or anything? Is that the last one here? Okay, NAs. Can I do like this? If error blank. There we are. Okay. And probably the same thing here as well. So that we don't have any excess stuff basically. Well, wait, this is not gonna solve anything. Oops. Having an if error, yeah, it's not gonna solve anything, so. There we go. Okay. Now, we're going to text join I feel that you probably want to do, I can remember this. I think that's plus 8 instead. Let's do this. There we go. And this is b plus 6 and plus 6 there. I mean, too long, so it's not a big deal. So now text join. Delimiter is going to be an underscore, and then the ignore empty is going to be true. And then it's gonna be like this. And then we're gonna have sort of large thing would be another text join. Delimiter is gonna be, however, it's gonna be char 10. Show no empty cells, and then it's gonna be like that. What? I am confused. Why? Why? Isn't a big deal. But you're supposed to ignore empty. Those aren't empty though. They don't recognize them as being empty, at least. You. I say this much. So what I'm gonna do. Let's see how this works. Substitute. The goal one be is when you have a 2 underscores in a row. New title speed nothing. Frick. Wait, is there a space in there? There is. That's what it is. There's two spaces. Okay, now if I go and copy this, and then go over to here, and then paste this plain text, we still have too many words, but now I just have to, like, it's way simpler. So I need a big D there. Just need a little D. Tee. Oh, that's fun. Not sure that may have an impact at all, but now with all the red square, I can't quite tell what the gaps are. Oh, this is spelled wrong. It's not a freaking word. Why do you think it's spelled wrong? It's underscores instead of spaces. It's not one word. I know I should expect you to know the difference, but bugger off. Fact it. I like that this ability, comma, the fact it has to investigate. Bingo. There we go. Next. No. Oh, it's a Dragonborn. Okay, well it's literally. I am glad that we have gone back and we have gone back to the Fizbin's treasury of dragons. Dragonborn. That's how much I want to change, but born, as it should be. Ben yada. Any keys at times equal to your proficiency bonus. Do you get dark vision? Then B. Though I do also like having all of the Dragonborn being able to get burst. Burst flies. Really get a burst flies. Being able to get a burst of flying speed. Every time we burst, be able to get flying speed. Be able to get a flying speed for a period of time. Very satisfied, very satisfied. I do also like the addition, of having all the Dragonborn being able to use a flying speed for a period of time. Yeah. What's the activation thing? Bonus action, okay. This one's for long rest, yeah. Then with the Goliath killer species. Oh wait, which one? I was wanting to go back to here because I said race here. I'll abide by there. Now what they've decided to go with? New species instead of race. Well, that's the species. Cause I do agree with it. Granted, are they different species, or is it, or are they just something different? Cause I think some of them were subspecies than species, but who cares? So, was that all of them? Cause I think Yuan-Ti are probably not really a different species. They're probably a subspecies. Actually, No, yeah, they're not different species. Because assuming like you can have half elves and humans are the same species, and if you can have half orcs and humans are the same species, and so in those scenarios, well, assuming that half elves and half orcs can reproduce, and then like if orcs and humans are the same species, they're definitely different subspecies, but like then you have a lot of other races that are also half ogres are a thing, and I assume I'm not sure if they're actually capable of reproducing or if they're looking, yeah. So they might not be different. Ogres and humans should be different species. So, but it, and and if orcs and humans are the same species, then dwarves and humans are probably the same species as well. Well, I guess like may not be, but like I assume so like they're probably more like subspecies, not species. But like, who cares? It's like it's not like people are gonna be like, um, it's not like many people know what a subspecies is. So, and I say, and you know, like choose a subspecies. It's like, often we have sub races, or what would now are those called subspecies now? Because if that's the case, they're not actually a subspecies. They're like, I guess they'd be infraspecies. I'm not sure that's a thing though. I think there's something a different term instead of infraspecies. Like you would have like an infra order. Though I think there might be something between suborder and infra order, but the bowels of taxonomy. But did I get all of them? So there's 6 more. Where's the other one though? I don't. Is it? Are you talking about that one? I don't see it. I don't see another highlight though. You say there's 6. But I don't see 6. I see 2. I think you're high. Okay, moving on. But okay, so Goliath, Cloud Giant's jaw. It's Misty Step. Very satisfied. Fires burn. I am satisfied with it. 3 giant and ancestry. Clouds chant. Having what is essentially having access to what is essentially Misty Step. Essentially Misty Step. Misty Step is very handy. I'm copying this. No, I don't want to retype every single one. Let's be smart. Copy all of that. Boom. Okay. And this one is Fires Burn. Fires Burn. For something that has such a limited number of uses, I do wish the extra damage would be more consistent. Potentially having each be equal to the character's proficiency bonus, but be equal to the proficiency bonus, but really having it be equal to the character's proficiency bonus, but I was kind of going to, because like if you use proficiency bonus here, if you end up moving away from roll, because like the same thing is going to be true for the other ones as well. If they're all proficiency bonus, then there's not the discrepancy in the amount of damage they do, which is a balancing kind of thing. But at the same time, it's kind of a thing of like, when do you want to do it? But the thing is, like the frost giant, the frost chill one would be, if it is a PB thing, that's kind of broken because it's 1d6 plus the reduction to speed. So it's like, then it's like straight up better, but yeah, it's straight up better because it's also cold damage and fire damage is probably a little more optimal. Given resistance immunities to fire damage, though they're probably similar number. No, there's probably more immunities for like devils. I mean, more. I mean, demons are resistant to fire, cold, and lightning, but devils tend to be just immune or resistant to fire damage. So, but so like you could like half your proficiency bonus, but round it up or whatever. But or it gets to be rolled. So, but then you would be doing more than you would be doing with this thing. So, I don't know. Like this one could be your PB as well, because that's a reaction, whereas this is on a hit. So like this is less likely to be used, but like this is ranged but less likely to possibly be activated. Though it's not like free damage, but it's not on it. Like if you're trying to hit, then this is better. But if you're not, but if you're not getting held often, this is better. So though doing so would may make balancing consistent, or it could deal 2d6 is probably a bit much. I mean, there's 2d4, but that's also like a little too little. So like 3d4 seems also like too much, and that's just 2d6. So just do 2d6. I mean, 3d4's. I would say it's less likely than a 12, but I'm not sure that's actually true. Say 25 times 20. It's a 0.25 to the power. No. It's 0.25 to the power of 3. So it's 0.25 times 0.25 times 0.25. It's a 1% chance. It's 1.5% chance of getting a 12. The other way is a 1/6 squared times 2 squared. Yeah, it is less likely. It's like it's about twice as likely, though it's only a difference of 1%. Well, it's a bit over. Yeah, it's only different like 1.2%, but it is still twice as likely. No, it's not. No, it's not twice as likely. Because it's twice like this would be 3%. It's almost twice as likely to get 12, but it's also you're also more likely. I guess you're also more likely to get 2 as well. Yeah, I know. We're just be more consistent because if you just roll a 1 on the d10, it feels like it feels like a waste. Unless you are financial. Unless you're financial. Because then I should scroll down. The return next off, you prevent the regeneration ability. So if you're financial, that's like I got 1 damage, but I don't care. You can't regenerate because it's basically ends up being like 11 damage essentially because you're preventing it from getting 10 HP, assuming someone already dealt fire damage to it. Though there's also the other scenario where like there's a different primer who's been designated as the use. Like if you're something like you have characters like designated, it's like use firebolt to keep it down from regenerating. Then that character could open up to other options like perhaps using Cone of Cold or whatever it may be, or like if they have heat metal on it, which that means you have to get metal on it. Which like I guess if you could like heat metal an arrow tip and shoot an arrow, and the troll's probably not smart enough to remove the arrow. Though no, the response to pain might result in doing this kind of thing and knocking it out of them. But so you'd have some other way. But or like having could you like trying to keep a flaming sphere, using their actions to move a flaming sphere onto them, keeping the flaming sphere on the troll. They could then like, oh, I don't need to move on to this turn. I can take an action to cast fireball or whatever. But then, or something or whatever maybe. Or like something with our Charlotte's Stride. I don't need to try to. Well, then I roll up reserve opportunity attack, but wait, there's it diamond like that doesn't matter though because the Charlotte's Stride you move past them. It just you don't provoke opportunity for Charlotte's Stride. but yeah, it would open up possibilities. Like someone has been spamming fireball. Like I'm gonna use this as a turn, so you don't have to use fireball. You can do something else. Like if you have something like or like a light cleric casting produce something like okay, someone needs to heal. Okay, I can go do my damage with I can use some disabilities, so I'll fire damage, and you can go heal it with whoever. Or like, oh, the light cleric missed their missed their produce flame. Okay, let's determine to activate this ability or whatever. Or the wizard missed firebolt. Um, but yeah. Um, another way around it. Another way around this would be to. Another way around this could be to have the target take 1d4 fire damage at the start of their next turn, thus guaranteeing that's hard to wrote wrong, but okay. Guaranteeing that you will deal at least 2 damage. So then you might want to reduce. Because I was somebody you could do 2d. Oh, there's somebody doing 3d4 damage earlier, so. No, yeah, this is because like 3d4 damage. So if you like, say like if you're talking like 3d4 is the alternative, this is basically 1d4 is put into a different churn, so that's basically 2d4 on that main churn. The average of 2d4 damage is 5. The average of 10 of a d10 damage is also 5. The difference is the max. The max of 2d4 is let's make the maximum is 12 rather than the maximum is 8 rather than 10, so it's worse in that manner. But the minimum is also 2, so more than 1. Granted, it's also less likely to get a 1, and it's less likely to get an 8 than it would be to get a 10. So the die might want to be decreased to a d8. No, the die might want to be decreased. The die might need to be decreased to a d8. Okay. Next one, Frost's Chill. Satisfied. I don't really have anything to say about it. Like you will have a consistent effect no matter what, because it's gonna be driving speed of 10 feet, just no matter what. So I honestly don't really have much to say about it. So it's good. Yay. Hills Tumble. The name's a bit odd. But understandable. Understandably so. Otherwise, I think it is a good ability. It's a solid, at least solid isn't good. Solid ability. It's a feature, technically. Let's see the ability anywhere else. No. Good. want to check something, because like large or smaller smaller creature with an attack will do damage to it. You can knock that target prone. I would consider allowing the character to knock a huge creature. The capitalize this huge creature prone if the character's large form is active. Though it does complicate. Though that does make it. That does complicate it. As complicate it, and it could just be left up to the DM. The DM to rule it that way. Okay. I'm sad. Stone's endurance. Actually, I don't really have common Stone's endurance, really. Storm's thunder. Like with Fire's Burn. I wish the damage would be more wish the damage would be more consistent. Probably with it dealing damage equal to your proficiency bonus. Large form. Bobby just typed it and typed all that. Okay. Right, for the league, as a bonus action, you can change your size to large, provided that you've been enough. This is for 10 minutes. Another strength checks, and your speed increases by 10 feet once you use the strength. I like the feature, though I do wish it would be more useful in combat. It is good if you are grappling other creatures. But beyond that and jumping, that jumping. It isn't having advantage on strength checks isn't all that useful in combat. And while the movement speed increase is more helpful, other races have much more consistent ways to boost their movement speed. It's not races anymore though. Their species have much more consistent ways to boost their movement speed. Somewhat obvious, but one way to augment its usefulness in combat would be to have you deal extra extra damage once per turn when you make an attack using strength. Make an attack using strength. If you do damage once per turn, make it attacking strength. Is that the word it? Basically. Or to allow Um, you can reroll the weapon's damage dice, and you see the total. Or to allow you to reroll weapons damage dice. Like with savage attacker, but only if the attack uses strength. That's fine. I mean, most of the various otherwise powerful build. It's just if add the grappled thing. That's it. They're on anything that made identical conditions, like I like that. Not a big deal, but I like it nonetheless. Now the hell, why are you still a player? Is it too long? No. Then what the fuck? Oh, is there stuff there? Yes, there was stuff there for some reason. Odd. I guess we move all this. Do that. The rest of the milk, let's leave that. Okay, they're gone now. Oh, we're not here. Okay. Now that. Wait. What? Cloud, giant fires, burn hills, tumble, storms, thunder, large form. What the fuck? Wish it wasn't going to there without an issue. Oh, that's bloody odd. Oh, I think this is 9. However, what is the percentage that I need to do for all? They're all still the same. Because I'm 315 of 200. That's 1.5. I need like I need like 3. Not AV2. So I want like multiply it by 3. Subtract 2. And then back to 1. You know what, I'm gonna do this. Row -6. And this one is over here, so when it returns 1, I'll actually want it to return 6 is plus 5. So it was the same as the other one, but no. I want plus 6 because I want, yeah, because the first thing already has the I. So do this, and now we can oh um is an if blank thing? No. So never mind. Also have to deal with that. This will be a lot of space in the end. Because it's not like it's a huge big deal. It's not like it takes a lot of time to fix or anything. I don't understand why this is Cloud's jaunt. Cause it's not like Cloud's jaunt is. It uses strength. It's this one right here. Oh, I know what it is. Because when I was thinking that I didn't have to read Cloud's jaunt, I bet you. Yep. For some reason it was tacked on there or something. So there we are. Okay. Now. Frick you. You know what? Indirect R 14 minus what is 8? Well, minus 7's 7, so minus 6 is 8. Yes. Row. Minus 6. That would be subtracted the 4 as yeah, I think it was subtracted the 4 as well, which would make sense. So minus 6, then ampersand. C is going to be 1 ampersand, and we'll have colon R with the same row thing, which obviously might be in the clipboard. Okay. And then we have the fun part, where it is going to be X match. Look at value is going to be question mark asterisk, which basically means anything when the match mode sets is wildcard characters, which is wildcard character match, which is 2. But look array is going to be this right here, not locked in any manner. Well, I guess locked column. Then exact match, not exact match, but wildcard character match. So the whole thing must match really works. Oh, also, sorry about this. I forgot how this thing's set up. So in search mode is going to be last to first, which is actually important here. And then we have, then it's going to be R1 Seaman style, and then that's in the text string. Boom, there we are. And there's some Dragonborn clerics using Player AI app. Cool, huh? Using this or using the something different Dragonborn cleric rule set. I'm not familiar with the Playground AI app. In case it isn't obvious. Okay, you still did the because, but do we need to guarantee more characters? Oh yeah, 'cause I can do. I should be able to do like question mark asterisk space asterisk space question mark asterisk space question mark asterisk space. Well, I can only do. I know I should only. I just need to do 1. Actually, I think I'll do that because for like here, there's only 1. I still want to find this. I want to find this one. So if I were to do question mark asterisk space question mark asterisk space question mark asterisk, it would not find this one to find that one. But with question mark asterisk, it'll find and make sure there's a character. Then with 2 spaces, it won't find this one. With a question mark and then two spaces afterwards, it shouldn't find this one. Yes. Ha. Yes. I win. Ha ha ha. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Now. You don't really matter. Review. Let's just do this here. I just type technical stuff, not your text. Ah. Okay. Um. This is equal to text join char 10, which is enter, then interface cells, I guess true, and then it's this. Ba, 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 ba. Then it's wrap text. It's all this there. Ba, 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 da, da, da. Okay. Now if I copy this, then go over to here, Control A, then paste. Ba, ba, ba. Remove what's going on right here. Bwop. And then is anything going on here? No. Here. No. Here. Okay, I think what I did got rid of those spaces before. Most right here, but and boom. Oh wait. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Did I do that on that one? I think maybe oops, I think it may have removed. Okay. Also, why you still a problem? Oh yeah, yeah, because it was above 300. I still need that. I know. I already knew I needed some more, and I just kind of forgot. Which like I don't care. I'm at 18. It's like, oh no, 18 more characters. That's totally not gonna. This is totally like 5 hours for me to do. Oh no. Anything but a few more a few more underscores. Oh no. I'm quivering in my bootsies. I'm not wearing boots. Or ever wear boots. I don't own a pair of boots. Well, actually, I myself don't own a pair of boots. I borrowed the boots if I really, really need one. Need a pair, but have you gone to an AI art web? I don't think so. No. Yes. Unamasan. There we go. I hit next because I think that's new. I want that's what site. I was may have removed. Okay, no, I didn't remove the 3-piece space right there. Okay, it does hold. Let's see what I've all finished. It's not just like this page. Okay, please rank your preference for the following terms. Drag this from the left hand list into the right hand. Kind does actually return taxonomy wise. So taxonomically, I think I believe is an actual. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do that. This is all of the. No, this is none of all the ones. Give me all of it. I don't need your high school level taxonomy. I want all of it. don't hold anything back from me. Is this what I want? No, that's not it either. Okay then, this way then. Infra order. That's not what I wanted. Infra order. So when we go, okay, I'll go back to Wikipedia then. I'll switch to Wikipedia. Oh, Control H. Infra order. Yeah, I think this is it. No, it's not. Darn it. But it is talking about orders. Give me biological taxonomic rank. Is this gonna help me? Closer. Is this it? There it is. There's what I was looking for. This of kind. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, it's I'm thinking of something else, but what they don't teach in high school. All of these. The section. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. It's a below species. It's a variety. Oh, that's probably what I was thinking of. Because like if you're doing a subspecies, which is a problem with our variety, is gonna be your subrace. Because it's not in for subspecies, it's variety. Kind is super vague. I think subtype with your type being your creature type. No, that's dumb. I think that. It's addictive for creating D&D's art. That's curious. Interesting. I am really big into taxonomy. Taxonomy and phylogenetics. So I like the terms. So I like the term species because it actually means something. Granted, most of the so-called species are more accurately subspecies are more accurately subspecies, given that the offspring of two different of of the union between two different so-called species. Species given that the offspring of the union between two different species, so-called species, typically are able to reproduce or at least that is the case with half orcs and half elves. Also, half elves, not half orcs. That's just half elves and half orcs. Gosh, my brain. Half elves and half orcs. The lizard folk, bird folk, and humans probably are actually a different species. However, in this case, what use? Okay, I should open up the original. I should open up the the first one, because obviously the character orders, because what do they call the subspecies or the sub race? I assume they have them still. Dwarf, maybe they don't actually. Of elf lineage. Which I'm not a huge fan of. But in this case, what is now what was previously subraces or now lineages would be varieties. Yeah. Varieties. Would technically be varieties. However, all of that is just a technicality. And calling what used to be races subspecies would just be dumb. It don't just be weird. Which be weird. So just shortening it to species doesn't really bother me. Okay. Look at half dragons reproduce. Cause that's another one that half breeds between human and another creature. Well, like, yeah. I would say they probably can't. The only thing they specify there, or the other one is cambions. Cambions might be. No, I think probably cambions, half ogres, and half dragons probably cannot reproduce. But good, it's all like technical. It doesn't really matter. But like, if you want, um, I'm really into um 1, 2, 3. On the other hand, I hate the idea of calling what were races subtypes, because then you should just call them subspecies. Then you can just call them subspecies, as then while it would still be as weird, it at least then would be technically correct. Correct. And you also end up and also by calling what were races were known as races, subtypes, races and are actually subspecies. Or in some cases, species. As is probably. I should need to scroll down. Sorry about that. As is probably the case with lizard folk, turtles, and Locatha. Like on and are actually I would and we're called races and are we're called races and what are technically subspecies. Technically subspecies, subtypes, then that would imply that the types of creatures are then that would at least to me, seem like that would at least to me seem like it is implying then at least to me it would seem like it is implying that the types of creatures are species or some other equivalent taxonomic equivalent clade, not equivalent but like the clade do you play games of D&D on Twitch? I played one game of D&D on Twitch with a someone's new to D&D. Was it new to D&D? I played a game that was back in October, but we actually never finished the session. We never finished the adventure. See, the guy hasn't shown up again. Well, they haven't shown up again. So, and like I have tentative plans to do some more of that in the future, but they're tentative plans, and I'm not sure I will. It probably comes down to interest. So, but and having an adventure to run, and most likely it'll probably be with viewers, not that people. So, but yeah, like I said, it comes to interest in like me having the energy to do it and all that stuff. Which, and just in the technicality of how to do it. It's like when I ran it before, they just typed in chat, which worked, but look, they just because I had to ask questions to wait for like a minute for them to respond. So, of course, also takes me deciding to have an adventure prepared and probably not working on stream, or I mean, I could work on stream if that's not coming in and watch. We create so like, yeah, yeah. This to me would seem to subtypes. Then to me would seem like it is implying. I'm gonna scrap that also, please, because it kind of just to me like it's not. But well, I was getting that like basically they're all the same like level, so they're all orders or they're all classes or whatever, which is like I would have to imagine like giants and humanoids kind of all like split up into different sections. Also, like I would imagine not like undead also would then be implying that they're a group, but they're not. They're just what something else becomes, and so it's like, it would also seem to imply that all types that creatures that the type of creatures is all the same cast on. I mean, that a creature's type is a taxonom is a clade. A clade being a taxonomic level, which definitely is not the case for undead. Um, mm, as for kind, um, for kind, um, it feels very uninformative, uninformative, and very generalistic. Any word? No, it's not. It seems like seems like it's just a blanket. And isn't specific. Because kind could be like, I guess it's like mankind, but like, or elf kind. But or like lizard folk kind, but like it's just lizard folk kind, Yanti kind. Yanti are just like a human that's been transformed, mostly. And like I haven't played yet, but truthfully can't wait to be alienated sorcerer. Okay. Um. 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 I can see it from the standpoint. Oh, Leonid. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, be on Leonid. Okay, this is for that makes sense. Like Alionid. I was like alien. I was confused. Like that makes sense. Hmm. I can see it from the standpoint of humankind, human kind, or elf kind, or I guess elf, human, elf, would be elven kind, elven kind. But I still don't like the term. And lizard folk kind is weird. It's very weird. Do you use feet to make always? How satisfied are you with the elements in the feat section present? Okay, they're just all they're just epic boons though. They're not actually feats, I don't think. This is which we already went over. No, it readjusts mid the people down there. It would have been a fate. Like True Sight. Yeah, I like True Sight. Yeah. You can cast any spell you have prepared without expending a spell slot, provided that spell is lower. You do so you can't use the benefit to if you long rest. Yeah, I like that. When I look at your that you can that can see you within 60 feet of you makes a D20 test. You can roll a D10 and apply that number. Roll as a bonus or penalty to the D20 roll. Once you use this benefit, you can't use it again until you roll initiative or finish a short or long rest. Sure. Satisfied. Which of the feats have you play tested? None of the above. Okay. How satisfied are you with the following feats as presented in this article? Satisfied. Benefit satisfied. Um. The fate is whatever. I don't really put things on it. Epic boon of spell recall. I like this feature. This feat, not feature. This feat named Homer Hambone in the zone. This I think though I am worried about its implications on the signature spells and spell mastery wizard features. Actually, it's really more a spell mastery, right? That's the right one. Let me dumb. The fifth part replacing it, so signature spells. Well, they, and I much prefer the way signature spells work from a thematic from the thematic side of things, because it's more a mastery of one, or in this case two, or in the case of signature spells, two. We have a spell, or it's more of a mastery of a spell, of one spell. It's more the mastery of a spell, rather some broad magical power, some increase to magical power with increase to magical power as, because that is basically what this is. It's like power, because this is basically an additional spell slot, Are there griffins that you can play? You can't play as griffins, though. You could have a griffin companion. So like, but there's like a griffin you can play. Though there's the Arling way introduced here, which is like a human with like the head of an animal and like certain qualities of an animal, and so like you could have like a griffin kind of similar creature to that to be kind of like a griffin. You wouldn't be a griffin, but you'd be similar to a griffin because like an eagle's head and like, but so not really, but yeah, like you can have a companion griffin and you can put something similar to a griffin, like an air cockroach, or just eagle humanoid, or well, just jump bird humanoid, or the Arling is like a bit more griffin-like though, because you're like head of a eagle with wings, but you're not a lion-like necessarily, but though I guess like another way to kind of get there is like is it Celestial Warlock or is it Divine Soul Sorcerer that has it? I think it's Divine Soul Sorcerer has the 14 level feature Otherworldly Wings, which basically gives you wings. And like you're playing like a Leon and you have like a Leon with wings, so you don't have the eagle head piece, but you have the wings piece. I guess with alter self, you could like have as a you could cast all self to make yourself have an eagle head. Like you could make yourself look like a bipedal griffin, but you're still again you're just using magic to make yourself look like a griffin. So like you can get pretty close, but there's not an actual like griffin thing. Um, because this is some mat to power. Because this is basically just a spell slot that it's basically a 5th level spell slot because you basically how's it worded? I'll explain a spell slot. Provide the spells 5th level lower. Yeah, okay, no, it's not you can't upcast it. So this is basically an additional spell slot that can be for any spell. Is it below 5th level or 5th level or below? For any spell of 5th level. 5th level or lower. Additional spell slot. Spell slot. Let me use for any spell 5th level lower. Or in the case of a warlock. Just an additional spell slot that doesn't recharge when you finish a rest. So I honestly would rather just choose 2 spells that can be cast once per long rest without expending a spell slot, even if it came at the cost of them being capped at level at 3rd level spells. At 3rd level spells. True Sight's very similar. It's like, yay, we get True Sight. Hey. I like True Sight. Gonna Fate. I guess maybe it could be more consistent. Boon of Fate. I do wish this would be more consistent. Because if you roll a 1 on the D10 roll, more often than not, you will end up basically wasting this usage. I think it would be better if it was 2d6. It would be better if it was 2d6. Well, while you can roll a 12, you can get a 12. There is only a there's 0.27. There's only a 2.7% chance of doing so. And to roll a 10 or higher, you'd have to get there are how many combinations of possibilities to get? So you can get a 10 on 2 5s. Well, 5 5 or 5 5 and a 5, die 1 being a 5 and die 2 being a 5. You can get on a die 1. Yeah. You can get it on a 6 and a 4, a 4 and a 6. You can get it on, and then you also then you get high. Let's go for the higher than 10. Which then means you also have 5 and 6, 6 and 5, and then 6 and 6. There's a 1 in 6 chance. It's 6 over 36, which is a something percent chance. 12? No, not 12. It's better than that. It's a 16% chance. So, doing so. And there, I mean, okay, so it is with a D10, it's only a 10% chance of getting a 10 or higher. Well, because it's only getting a 10. Whereas with the 2d6, it's a 16% chance of getting a 10 or higher, so it's almost double the chance. That's not double. It's like it's 1.6 times the chance of getting a 10 or higher. But like, I mean, it's Okay, honestly, I'm not gonna do the two. I think 2d6 is the. I think it's the. No, I don't think 2d6 is because it's also an average of 7 versus an average of like 5. That's a bit much. Um, if it was, I would like plus your proficiency buff, like, but your proficiency bonus is like, but your proficiency bonus would be, um, 6 no matter what. 'Cause when you get a boost, you're at level 18. So no, you're at level 20. So actually, no, I'd rather be 26. Cause like, okay, like you're level 20, 2d6. Yeah, it's big and all, but like it's supposed to D10, just like you might roll 1, but you might roll a 2, less likely, but you still could. Um, if it's your proficiency bonus, it's a 6. Like you go like D6 plus your proficiency bonus, but like 2d6. So, um, another option could be 1d4 1d4 plus your proficiency. It's not actually. It's not always going to be 6 because you could have a iron stone of. Oh wait, so it's an iron stone of. Is it expertise? An iron stone is something which can boost your proficiency bonus above up to 7 if you're at level 20. So there's that. So you could have a little bit higher. So it's not proficiency bonus. So 1d4 plus 6 or 1d4 plus 7 if you have an iron stone of expertise. Let's see. Is it expertise? Iron stone. Iron stone of legendary. Fuck you. What's not legendary? Wait a minute. Is it only a subsection of ironstone? Wait, what? Hello? Freak you? You can hide from me. I will find the information. Okay, Wizard Reaper set of characters. Huh. Come on. Let's see. Knowing. This is a character I made up on. I made up. It is proficient. They are proficient in every single ability score. It's like, can you have a character proficient in literally everything? The answer is yes, you can. And this is it. And I gave them an iron stone, which makes it pretty much plus 7. And that iron stone is an iron stone of mastery, a legendary item. Frick you for saying that doesn't exist. It does. It's mastery. Of mastery. And yes, the only reason I put the or 1d4 plus 7 if you've iron stone of mastery. The only reason I put that there is to. Granted, to be honest, the only reason I put that there is because it kind of boosts my ethos a little bit. Ethos being, it's ethos, right? Yeah. Ethos being it's an appeal to authority. So you have logos, ethos, and pathos. Logos being appeal to logic, ethos being appeal to authority, and pathos being appeal to emotion. It's like saying like I know the game really well, so like I'm not some noob who just like doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, I know what I'm talking about. And like, I know that's a thing that exists. And like, so that isn't there just to because I'm being persnickety. It's also there because it gives me a bit of a. It is actually an argument, just not your typical logos argument. Be right. But yeah, so I'm not just being a nerd. Yeah. Or technical, which I do as well. I do that as well, but it's which that generally isn't. I mean, sometimes I do that as an appeal to the ethos, but most of it's just being weird. Okay, next. Those aren't pretty simple. Right, they changed some spells. They changed aid. They changed guidance. Resistant and resistance. Oh, and right, spiritual as well. Well, I'm pretty healing. I like to use a lot. Okay, aid spell. So, first let's open up the original one. The original. Aid. Okay, action, range 30 feet, components, it doesn't matter, but it's the same. Instantaneous. Okay, that's where it starts to differ. Your spell both creatures, sling them with resolve. Choose those 6 creatures within range. Each target gains 5 temporary hit points. Roll choose up to 3 creatures within range, so more creatures. However, each target increases. Math increases. Math and current hit points increase by 5 feet. 5 for the duration. Is. I'll go get it after I finish the survey here because I'm gonna finish the survey not too long and not have like a ton of time. It makes like it's only 10. It's just a little bit after 10 a.m. for me, so like I've got a ton of time. So like my plan kind of before was like make a leap work like Unity, which is a coding thing. Messing with that because I'm being someone who's like into coding and like because into coding as a coding brain. Somebody recommended trying Unity out. So I might try it out today. But so I'll go look at that after I'm done with the survey because it kind of fits in with what I plan to do anyway. So yeah, so aid like the thing is you cannot heal anymore. It's a couple more creatures, but you can't get the HP back. It's like. And on top of that, you can't have any other temporary hit points effect. Like, there are certain effects where like you have to have temporary from this to get effect. Like, I believe so. Spores Druid has that effect. Has that thing like, while like you gain this amount of temporary hit points, and while you have this temporary hit points, you have this effect. I think it's probably this is one of the players who has that kind of thing. Is it Armor Agnes or is Tomb of Levistus does that? I think it's Tomb of Levistus that's that way. So because of eyes, you turn points, so why you have to turn points, yada yada. So I'm gonna say this Sabbath aid. 1, 2, 3, aid. The fact it's temporary hit points, it uses temporary hit points. Doesn't just mean. Well, okay. Remember this way. While using temporary hit points, does make it much simpler. It does make it much simpler. It also blocks other, well, also somewhat, it also in a way blocks, in a way blocks characters from using their features that give them temporary hit points. While they can still use them, while they can still use them, it isn't anywhere near as effective. Well, not anywhere near effective. While they can still use those features, use those features. They aren't as potent. They aren't as potent because they already have temporary points. Until they take damage, but I mean, again, like once they take damage, it's not a big deal. But that's not true though. No, it does block you from, because like it also somewhat, well, it also blocks characters from using their features effectively, to their full, blocks characters from using some of their blocks some characters from using some of their features, to their full extent, extent, because they can only have one source of temporary hit points. Which isn't a big deal if aid is being cast at a lower level, but it also isn't that great at an lower level. At a lower level, because like when you're doing that at a higher level, you're dealing with does the scaling change at all? No, it skips levels or something like that. Like if you cast it at the 5th level spell slot, you're getting you're gonna get 20 HP, 20 additional hit points, temporary hit points. If you cast it at 9th level, you're looking at it you're looking at an additional 40 HP. You don't want to just like once you use that, okay, now you can kind of like make use of the other features, but like up until then, it's like kind of blocking them, and um on top of that, um that it also blocks um um but that on top of that, some features have an effect that is attached to the temporary hit points you get from the feature. And so while the e.g. Tomb of Levistus and what is the exact feat? Not feat, ability. Druid spores. It's my identity. Yeah. And symbiotic entity of spores. Druid. Or luck invocation. It's spelled wrong, but entity spores druid. Well, circle of spores druid. I'm just gonna say etc. because I'm not sure how many other ones there are. With for example, Tomb of Levistus and some entity. On top of that, some features have an effect that is attached, that's tied to the temperature you get from the feature. So already having a chunk of temporary hit points from a different source means they have to lose those temporary hit points to gain the benefit of some of their features. While original aid is probably too powerful. Probably too powerful. There are other ways to weaken it. Um, um, particularly in how it upscales, how it works at a higher level, how it works when cast at a higher level, works when cast at a higher level. Okay. Next, attack action. I have no doubt that differs. Let's see. Attack. Raise the attack. Okay. Armor training attack. Okay. Why do I feel this actually isn't different as a whole? It might just be different from what it was before. Well, like, why do I feel it's not that it's different from what it was? Wait, these are the same one. Tee. It might be something where it's not different from what it was in the previous on Arcana. It might not, well, One D&D article. It might be different from what it is normally. So that thing out that looks familiar from what's out there. Again, I didn't look that close. I didn't pay that much close attention. Also, not comparing it to this one, which I'm doing right now. Where is it? I should control F, but I'm doing it the slow way because I am, and no one can stop me. Well, not really. Okay. When to that action, you can make one attack with a weapon or an unknown strike. Okay. Equivalents. You can equip or unequip one weapon before or after each attack you make as part of this action, even if it's attack an unknown strike. You can equip or unequip one weapon before or after any attack you make as part of this action. Even if it's okay, that's not different. Move between attacks. If you move on your turn, you can use some or all of that movement. You can use some or all that movement to move between the attacks of this action. If you have this, if you have a feature, this if you have just extra attack, slash attack that gives you more than one attack as part of the attack action. That gives you more than one. That's not different. Okay, that's literally the same. Satisfied, whatever. Banishment. Banishment. I'm like 99% sure that's not over in the early one. Hello? Wait. This is the expert classes one. I was thinking of the other way around. This is the one I want. Banishment. So how are you different than what you were before? Banish. Also, banishing smite, whatever. Like I care. You attempt to send one creature you can see within range. I think I remember what I think I kind of remember what they changed here. It has to do with like how they get banished or something. Well, look at this. I felt cast name first off. First things first. Cast name, one action. Okay, yes, 30-foot range. Okay, the range is dropped significantly. Okay. And I don't think this was the target. That's probably what it is before. But yeah. Concentration up to 1 minute. Concentration up to 1 minute. You attempt to send one creature that you can see within range of that plane existence. The target must succeed a charisma saving throw or be transported to a harmless down plane for the duration. The target can willingly fail to save. The target must make or throw or be banished. If the target is a native to play, okay. Okay, so first things first, it isn't sent to its balance that's messaged on here. Yeah, so it doesn't send it to its native plane of existence. Whether the target is incapacitated, the target remains there until the spell ends, which is left in the space. Oh, it can repeat the saving throw. Okay. I think that change is probably good. But they repeat the same throw. This will last for on the target for 1 minute. Target is an aberration, celestial, an elemental, a fey, or a fiend. The target does not return. It is instead transported to a random location on a plane associated with its creature type. They don't specify that, but I mean, it probably depends on the creature. It's like if it's a lad, limbo. If it's a mind flayer, the astral plane probably. If it's celestial, one of the upper planes, be celestial, not celestial, by Topia or Elysium, whatever it may be. But also like a Modron should go back to its place, and a Fey, well, a Fey Wild, and a Fiend in the lower planes, depending on which one it's from. But like an elemental to the elemental planes, but like you can turn 1 and 2 for the higher spell. I mean, well, it was in need of a bit of a nerf, need of a bit of a nerf. I think this might be too much. Be a little too much. In my opinion, I think creatures not from just that aren't native to the current plane of exist. Actually, nah. I'm sad about that. That's strange. Okay. Grapple condition. I think this is the same as what was before, but we'll see. Though the price no. I think there's a wording change this one, I think. Between this one and that and the previous one. So speed is 0 and cannot change. You have a disadvantage on attack rolls against any target other than the grappler. You have disadvantage on attack rolls against any target other than the grappler. The grappler can drag or carry you. The grappler can drag or carry you when it moves, because there's a change. But the grappler suffers a slowed condition while moving, unless you are tiny or 2 or more sizes smaller than the grappler. Unless you're tiny or 2 or more sizes smaller than the grappler. Escape. While grappled, you can make a dexterity saving throw against the grapple's escape DC at the end of each of your turns. Well, you can make a dexterity or strength saving throw, okay, against the grapple's escape DC at the end of each of your turns. And the condition on yourself on a success, and the condition on yourself on a success. The condition also ends if the grappler is incapacitated or if something moves you outside the grappler's range without your using your speed. It also ends if the grappler is incapacitated or if something removes you from the grappler's range. Yeah. That's how that change. Guidance. If it's what I remember, if it's what I think it is, I don't like it. Casting time, reaction which you take in response to the ability check. So it's first it drops from 30 feet to 10 feet, which sucks. And then, so you channel magical insight to the creature who failed the ability check. That creature can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the check, potentially turning it into a success. You can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the check, potentially turning it into a success. Once the creature rolls the die for the spell, that creature can't benefit from the spell again until the creature finishes a long rest. Guidance. While the ability to be affected by it multiple times per long rest is nice. Only having a range of 10 feet makes it way less useful. For example, there are some activities like climbing may require I was like maybe require the person to be a much greater distance, a distance from each other greater than 10 feet. And feeling like there's extreme importance is because you really want to be guidance. But like I was like, yeah, are you really mean more than 10 feet away? Yes, but no, but like for example, if characters are crossing a rickety bridge over a chasm. Rickety bridge. Chasm 1 by 1. And a creature fails a check that needs to be made to cross the bridge without falling. The character that knows guidance may very well be more than 10 feet away, be more than 10 feet away, and thus be unable to save them. I would honestly prefer the original version. Not the original, actually I kind of do prefer the original version. The original version or the previous One D&D version over this one. Actually, probably went for the original. I would honestly prefer the previous One D&D version over this one. For this one, the way I might have it work is to have it only be able to be used a number I think the spell's description I think guidance's description should read as follows, with a range with everything else being the same as it was in the previous version as it was in its previous. I would only prefer the previous one D&D version. The previous version of it, and I don't think we prefer its previous version. Prefer its previous version in One D&D. I think guidance with everything else being the same as its previous version in One D&D. Frick you. Frick. When it hit the back piece, I bumped my mouse and it's selecting the thing that's right. Insight to the creature who failed the ability check. That creature can roll a d4 and add a number rolled to the ability check. To the check, potentially turning it into a success. Once a creature rolls a die for the spell, that creature can't benefit from the spell again until the finished creature has a long rest. She's not going to, well, because there it is. This spell's damage increases by this spell's the number of times this spell can affect creature increases by 1 when you reach 5th level, twice at level, thrice, twice a creature rolls once a creature, twice a creature rolls to die for the spell. That creature can't benefit from the spell again until the creature finishes the wrongs. That sounds like an old English kind of thing, but thrice a creature rolls to die for the spell. That creature can't benefit from the spell again until the creature finishes their long rest. It was like a riddle of some sort. What's beyond thrice? Like once, twice, thrice. Once, twice, thrice. What's the fourth one though? You frick. It's 4 times. Okay, it's just 4 times. 4 times. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. This is the time that's behind. Broken. What's this? Focus. The closer I get, the more I'm willing to go beast mode. It's like behind. It's like what the frick. The time's not. This is not timed very well. Assuming you put the enter the time stand for when to change. Dumb. Granted, I was having problems doing it myself, but then I was doing a motion, not trying to not typing it, and I can like retry, like go for this and try to get the exact timing right or something. I should just guess mostly, not guess, but like exactly what I was going to do. But yeah. Sometimes a creature. There are times a creature can be affected. It's probably how it should be worded, actually. Let me think about that by the spell. It increases by 1 when you reach 5th level. You reach 5th level twice. Well, that's also 2 times. 3 times. 4 times. Cause like, that right there, that works freaking well. That works well. It's good. It's good. But it's nice. It has the scaling. It's still got a good range, so it's like useful. And it's not like broke. It's not. It's like. It's also not busted either. And like it gets better as you scale. It gets better as you scale up, and it's not busted in level 1. Like it's still a useful spell at higher levels. We got higher DCs and stuff. Bow, 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 bow. But I think I was influence action. Bow. I believe they just sort of simplified it. I believe. I believe I've gone too far, but I've gone too far. Influence action. Oh, wait, it's the ability check thing. So I'm gonna do this. That, go over to here, and then over here, I'm gonna do this. So where is? Oh, didn't I put enters here? Fuck you! It's a line enters. If I paste it like this. Okay, wait. That might be interesting actually. No, there aren't. Okay. Never mind then. It's lying to me. There are no action. Dumb. Okay, well in that case, I'll just do it this way. Oh. If I do this, can't see what it says. I guess I can still do this. Okay, let's try doing this. Breaking up into segments, basically. Well, I can already tell there's a difference. Freaking. Yeah, it's not. So now, what part is it? What is it then? What's the different part? I think it's okay. Well, okay, no. What's first to see? Is it this part? Is this different at all? Because I think it's not. I don't think it is. If I had to guess, I'd say it's not. Or if it is, if it's like some minor word difference, in which case it's be annoying. I'm not sure if it's actually changed. Okay, just. I don't want to look through all this. Okay, I'm gonna do this then. Wait. This is the expert classes one. This is the previous one. Influence action. With the influence action, you can try to influence another creature to do something you to do one thing or a course of action that you request or demand. Okay. That's so the course of action thing that changed. This action can be used only on creatures controlled by the DM, and it's at mind control. It can't force a creature to do something that is counter to the creature's alignment or that is otherwise repugnant to the creature. And to the creature's alignment or repugnant to the creature. This action has three main parts: attitude, interaction, and charisma check. Attitude. A creature's attitude determines how it. This is the same thing. You can tell by this, the way it's lined up and stuff. Okay, control, indifferent. Okay, that looks kind of different right here. Right here looks so. Indifferent creatures might be polite and genial, surly or irritable, or anything in between. Like so, a charisma check is usually necessary when the adventurers try to persuade an indifferent creature to do something. Okay, that helped. It was a difference between often and usually necessary. Well, the difference is the word between often and usually. Sure, it's just a severity. It's just how extreme the word they're using. Okay. A friendly creature wants to help the adventurer succeed. Particular, often. It's maybe different. No, it's often. Okay. If an element. Okay. Often. Nope, that's like different. But no, it says if an element. Okay. Friendly creatures often help happily with the charisma check succeeding automatically. Okay, that's the change there. If an element of the personal risk is involved in a successful charisma check is usually required to convince a friendly creature to take that risk. Might be required to take the risk. Okay. And hostile. Their bonuses the adventures, but not their goal, and their goals, but doesn't necessarily attack them on sight. One or more. Okay. And then you just succeed on one or more challenging charisma checks to convince a hostile. need to succeed on one more check to convince a hostile creature. Oh, okay. So they remove the challenging pace. Hostile creature to do anything on the party's behalf. However, the DM might determine that the hostile creature is so ill-disposed toward the characters that no criminal check can sway it. In which case, the first check automatically fails, and no further influence attempts can be made on the creature unless its attitude shifts. Okay. Interaction. Either with the creature. Your demand to the DM might. Okay. You might grant advantage to the subsequent check. Okay. The attribute is especially suited to the creature's desires and outlook. The DM might grant advantage to your subsequent check, or might totally shift a hostile creature to indifferent or an indifferent creature to friendly. The DM might totally shift a hostile creature to indifferent or an indifferent creature to friendly. Okay. Similarly, if the interaction is particularly DM irksome to the creature, the DM might temporarily shift a friendly creature to indifferent or hostile. Okay, it's basically moves the disadvantage advantages and shifts them from. Okay. To determine demand is successful, you make a charisma check. Just list them there. Just put them over here. You have to on the check if the creature is friendly, and you have disadvantage if the creature is hostile. Right, that's what they changed up there. Okay, so. No type of performance is not one of those. Ability for the check is 15, or the creature's intelligence score, whichever is higher. Interesting thing to choose intelligence for wisdom. Whatever. Also, charisma is like the Iron Will thing, but that's different though. Like, wisdom is like insight. No, I guess because like a lot of animals have high wisdom, but like a lower intelligence. But I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter really, because a low intelligence doesn't matter. So having a high intelligence that matters. Which like, if you have a high wisdom and a low intelligence, like. Yeah, I guess wisdom wouldn't make it hard to convince a creature with high wisdom. But high charisma would, though. I think maybe it should be charisma, not intelligence. But whatever. If your check succeeds, the creature does as asked. If your check fails, you must wait. Do to make the same quiz again. The default wait time is 24 hours, which the DM may shorten or extend depending on your circumstances. Yeah. Okay. Input action. I'm satisfied with it. Light weapon property. What did you change? I feel this can't be good. But it could be a wording change. That's what internally. When you take the attack action on your turn and an attack with a light weapon in one hand and a light weapon in the other hand. When take the attack on your turn and attack with a light weapon in one hand, and you can make one extra attack as part of the same. Right. I remember this. It's just really no difference in the wording. It's just a wording difference, nothing else. Essentially, now it was saying here it says make a right hand. You can have a light weapon in one hand. You can then make a light attack with a light weapon in the other hand. The different light weapon in the other hand. Here is you have a light hand in both hands, and then you make the first one with one hand, and then with the other hand. Let me say with light. The attack must be made with the light having the other hand, and you don't add the modifiers. Yeah. So like it, yeah. Whatever. Long rest. Is this what I remember it being? Is this one? I have a memory of long being changed, so maybe it's the change they made here that I'm thinking of. Long periods of downtime, at least 8 hours. 221, you're 251. Okay. To start as long as you must have at least one hit point. When you finish the rest, you gain the following benefits. Okay, what hit point? That's you gain all lost hit points. You gain all spent hit dice. The hit point maximum was if it just returns to normal. If any of your abilities scores were reduced, they return to normal. Then I think as long as you must wait at least 16 hours before starting another one. One loss is a 24-hour period, and you must have at least one hit point at the start. So actually, there's literally no change. It just the wording change, and there's an exhaustion piece. But here is this. It's actually exhaustion was changed, not this. Exhaustion. Well, exhaustion. This piece was an exhaustion before over here. Over in the previous version, it was just a little talk about like when you feel level of exhaustion and you finish a long rest, your exhaustion level is reduced by 1. Done. End of story. Like okay, so you entering the long rest. Yeah, that is also entering the rest piece. If a long rest is interrupted by combat for 1 hour or by a walking casting spell or some activity, the rest confers no benefit and must be restarted. However, if the rest was at 1 hour long before short rest, rest of combat casting spell other than a little 0 spell than a cantrip, 1 hour of walking or other physical exertion. If the rest was at least 1 hour long before you can resume immediately after the interruption. If you do so, that 1 additional hour. Actually, I'm very because the piece they add to the I very much like I very much like the changes made to the results of having a long rest interrupted. Especially from someone who has been absolutely messed. Like, if by this logic, there was a period like a week where I probably wouldn't have taken a single. Well, no. Like I was would not be considered to be taking a long one because my sleep was fragmented. My sleep was fragmented. I think it still is fragmented. Actually, last night was like the first night in a while where I slept for a full 8 hours without without waking up. I think actually the first instance before Christmas. Yes, it was the last time I actually slept for a full 8 hours straight without waking up. But yeah, but there are points where I played days in a row where, right around Christmas, I played days in a row where I did not get a full 8 hours of sleep in a we're having like an hour in between me sleeping where I ended up waking up and then being awake for an hour and then going back to sleep. It's but I was still getting rest. That's not true. Um. Okay, the next piece is magic action. Now this one. when you take the magic action, you can. Let me do this. Take a walk on some pure white sand, gaze at the horizon without living in fear. I made this way to walk the sun through, that meet the wind. Wait, and then okay, you're shifting this way. Okay. Okay, there's different say. I think of an action, or you can use a feature or magic item. You can use a magic item that requires an action. Okay, the feature. Because a spell requires an action for 1 minute or longer. You must take the magic action on each turn of that casting, and you must maintain concentration while you do so. Longer, you must take the magic action on each turn that casting, and you must maintain concentration while you do so. If your concentration is broken, the spell failed, but you don't spend a spell slot. Yeah, so this is a minor wording change. Right? So just to talk to me, establish the righteous road. Mumble inside, with time to go over. Mom, that side. No, get back. I don't think it's in here, but let's make sure it's not. Never faith and I get out without. I need to type of, but whatever. Ba 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 da da da. Okay, it's average range of evocation. 10-minute casting time, 10-minute casting time, range of 30 feet, range of 30 feet, verbal components on both of them, instantaneous, up to 6 creatures of your choice that you can see within range. Each regaining hit points equal to 2d8 plus focus modifier. Equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. So good at low levels, worse at high levels. I mean, it can be better, but like it's unlikely to be better. Oh, right. They gain the benefit of a short rest. And it's 2d hit point, and also gains 2 hit points. And a creature can't be affected by the spell until it can have a long rest. So. It's like catnap now, basically. It's essentially catnap. But it's a cleric spell. And heals HP. I'm satisfied, though I do think we'll change. Prayer of healing. I think the spell. I think it should effect a number of creatures equal to um it should affect affect a number of willing creatures equal to equal to your spellcasting modifier, equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. This is what's wrong there. Equal to, however, equal to 1 plus your spellcasting ability modifier minimum of 1. That way, it isn't worse at higher levels. Well, but that's not... Nah, I mean... It's not a PB thing, though. It's not proficiency bonus. Never mind, then. Oh, I was thinking. If it's... Yeah, I don't know what's on. What was it before? Okay. Before it was 19 GP. No, it's 33 GP. That's probably the components, though. Backpack. Blanket. Blanket, check. Lamp. Okay, and I get a lamp. Holy water. Yeah, I get holy water. Ration, 7 days. You get 5 more days of rations. Robe. You get robes of vestments, I think. Yeah. And then a tinder box. Okay, tinder box. So you don't get don't get tent candles. You don't get an alms box. You don't get 2 blocks of incense. You don't get a censer. And you don't get a water skin. I'm also very satisfied, but I think I'll make one. I'll div one thought though. Priest's pack. I definitely. That's trash. Definitely. I don't like the change. Though, I think you should still get a water skin. because all characters should have one, and I don't want to go through the process of adding it to any character that gets a priest's pack. It's a priest's pack. It's a priest's pack, but not another one that just gets a priest pack. I don't want to complicate it. I don't want yeah. Because he shouldn't be, you shouldn't, well, like, you shouldn't put it in the holy water, but like, unless you are expected to drink the holy water. Resistance. I believe this resistance was in here, right? Oh, resistance wasn't new. Okay, it wasn't entirely new. It wasn't the guidance. Oh, I was wondering, was I right about that? That I didn't need to dove. Yeah. Okay. Resist. Oh, fuck you. Resist. Alright, if I had the T first there, but no, it's fine. It should only put one. No, it won't. It also pull up. No. Oh. My no was not because I didn't think there was another one. Kind of. I think resilient is fear, but no. But effect. This isn't it's irresistible. I mean, no, there's still the same root word. There's still the root word of resist. But yeah, it's still the same root word. But you got a prefix and a suffix on it. Use of one willing creature runs. First of all, cast time one action. Cast time one action. Well, instead one reaction to an ally, to you or an ally within 10 feet of you, failing a saving throw. Feet. Here's range of touch. Instantaneous. To when like creature into the value will d4 and then the 12 ends. Let's 1 minute. Here, the protection. The creature who failed the saving throw. That creature can roll a d4 and yeah. Okay. Spiritual weapon. 99% sure it's not here, but yeah. Okay. Spiritual. Because spirit will pull at least two of those, at least one of those, at least these two as well, because Healing Spirit and Spirit Guardians. Oh, and Draconic Spirit. You create a okay. Casting one bonus action. Casting time. One bonus action. Range 60 feet. Range 60 feet. Verbal Hispanic. Verbal Hispanic. Concentration up to 1 minute. Duration 1 minute. Interesting. Bosification is symbol. Right? Yeah. You create a floating spectral force that resembles a weapon of your choice that lasts for the duration. you create a floating spectral weapon within range that lasts for the duration or until you cast a spell again. Well, because that really isn't changing at all, because it's just a wording thing, because it has the fact that there's no concentration here, so you can't have it multiple times. I have multiple times what it's saying. Whereas this covers that bag because it's this concentration of up to 1 minute. So, I should leave this open. If you okay, do I need it again? No. Okay. So, I want to check something, which might explain what they changed. Explain a change they did made to it. This. If I spell bonus action. No. I was thinking maybe I concentrate on multiple spells at once, but that's not true. That's active. I'm thinking of how it's like active bonus action means like with call lightning, bonus action of an action there. Yeah, so the first piece within range in a space of your choice, and you can immediately make one melee spell attack against within 5 feet of the force on a hit. Yeah, well, okay. I guess what could be the 5 feet of the weapon, so it's a force. They say it's force instead of a weapon. On a hit, 1d8. Modifier, and this here it takes 1 modifier system to force damage. The bonus action on your later turns, you can move the force up to 20 feet and repeat this attack against a creature within 5 feet of it. 20 feet, 5 feet of it. When you cast a spell, the spells at third level, higher you use the 1d8 for every slot above second. For 2 slots above second. So, I'm dissatisfied. But why? What deals so at 9th level it's gonna deal 8d8 damage. Actually, that's not that insane. Because what Blade Disaster deals. So and then concentration's just a balancing thing. So I'm fine with it. True sight. Does it change it? What's how it's up here? No, okay. From what it is normally. Do you play handbook or do I have the monster manual? It's here. I thought it was, but I'm check. Okay. A creature with true sight can out to a specific range see in normal and magical darkness. Has vision within normal magical darkness. See invisible creatures and objects. The creature notices visual illusions and automatically succeeds on saying those against them. Against them. Mild differences in wording, but beyond that same. Then receives the original form of a shapeshifter or a creature transformed by magic. The creature discerns the true form of any creature or object it sees that has been transformed by magic. Furthermore, the creature can see into the other plane. It's exactly the same. I'm satisfied with that. Okay. Now I need to get this into shape. So this and do that. Well, I wish you didn't put it in there twice. You did before. So I mean, it fits right now, but that's just that. This is the same. No, cancel. Also, these all times 2 instead. Okay, so column 1 times 2 minus 1. Actually, we'll just like this. Well, that's for up here though. No, it's not. Kind of. It kind of is, but row minus 6. Well, it's not 6 now. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's still 6. It much. That's not right though. It's not it much. It's way the frick over there. Oh, because this plus 9 schmuck right here. It shouldn't be there. It's like plus 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's plus 5? Is it plus 5? Because this would be 1. This result will be 1. So except I freaked up and did dumb whatever. You know what? I'm gonna abort. It's times 2. And there's not another one. And then it's plus 5. Yeah, it should be plus 5. Oh, wait. Oh. Fuck you. There. ba 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 ba. Plus 6. That's 5. Da 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 da. This one can start one earlier, so it's plus 4, it's plus 5. Oh, this thing also does all this. Goods out of date, so it's minus nothing. I need. Why am I? I need to remove the last one. The first one for them, not the last one. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's try that again. Remove the first one. Then it's plus 5? Plus 4. It's plus 4. Plus 4. And then minus 1. Good. It's times 2, not times 3. There you go. There's that. You're just dumb. There's no plus here. Channel automatically insight to the creature. Sure, who failed? Yeah, okay. Okay. Now, I feel with that. The sneaking suspicion, like, Okay. Why are you not applicable? Oh, I know why you're all not applicable, because it's what searching for here. There we go. Now, copy this. I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to Control A and then Control V. Then you'll see all this extra crap right here. And I'm going to remove it. But there we don't want. There we don't want. There we don't want. No, there. Yeah, a couple more things. So, range of 10 feet. Less useful. Would honestly. You know what? I'm going to do this. Is this smart? I don't know, but I'd like, because I'm using quotation mark here, I'd like to keep it at, like, actual quotation. Should we easy if it's over here? But I've had more. Is that gonna be double? If it's gonna be double. Like I have to like, add one and like on all of them. We should do that. Okay, I got several more. Easy question. Remove that one. Whatever. It's fine. It's five. No, this does not make it. This doesn't really do what I wanted to do though. Whatever. I don't want to do that. Because then, like, it'll be like together or something. Oops. That's really what I need to be doing. You know, I do need to do that as well. Noise. let you fun. The base there, I guess. Then 12 more. Absolutely bloody riveting, ain't it? But what you gonna do about it? What can you do about it? Table list, but that's. Then you left my thoughts down. Let's just say the matter. I mean, honestly, like, I totally understand the whole choosing to do the word count, the maximum word count, and honestly, I respect it. It's a choice because like what it does is it means that there's less you have to go through and read. But the people who are smart and know these kind of things who are smart, and B, the people who care will take the time and are willing to take the time and care enough about it to take the time will go through and do what I've been doing here. So like the people who care have a little bit more, have a little more say, and the smart people who have a little more to say and care a bit more are gonna put more out there. So like, how's that vary with the elements of the attack action that's been in the article? It's whatever. Satisfied. Satisfied. In the comments. Not really. I'll say I plugged, but not here. What is my age? Oh yes, this is my favorite part of this. Okay. There we go. There's that done. It took me all 5 hours. Actually, about 6 hours, but goody. We're done with that. No, I don't have to worry about that anymore. So now I was told to go and look at AI Playground. This. Okay. Oh, I know it. I know what it is. Okay. I know what we're talking. Is this here? Do you know what they pulled up there? I assume there's cookies involved or something. Because like fantasy kind of elven characters, or something. I don't know. Or it's coincidental. But I'll do that off. I might mess off. I'll probably mess with that off stream. So um. Oh, what? Verb. What's the verb? Checking out. Um. Hopefully this system can handle Unity. Well, hopefully the computer can handle streaming on Unity at the same time. I went to the verb. It's not checking out Unity. I'm not messing around in Unity. Well, around with, not in. Experimenting. Experimenting with. No, fuck off. WinZip. I thought I really do ages ago. Experimenting with Unity. It's a coding software, I believe. That's what it's supposed to be. It's not D&D anymore. I guess it's just chatting then. Hopefully this is fun. Let's do the platform one. Oh, hopefully this is fine. Put my like CPU usage. We'll keep it on the CPU. Okay, 17.5, 15.7, 15.9. It's gonna take a bit. These were 16 seconds. As I think that kind of last been working 16.6. Maybe I should have done this before starting stream. Teehee. Oh, progress. Look over there, that one big hole. Somebody's got to move this huge stone. A dog, a hound, I hear the sound. It is a half mile away from home. What was everything you were fighting for? The sun in the sky, it makes me so blue. Rotten everything that I liked you for. You can't give up. Now you see chasing the light, blowing right through the I didn't fill up my water bottle first stream, so I thought it was full, so I might run and fill it up while I wait for the cylinder to load and go to the bathroom possibly sometime. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna be right back while the cylinder loads. Oops. I also think we should do the mic maybe as well, but yeah, right back. I'm not sure if it's done, but I think. Okay, it's done. Yay. God, I've helped you more when you died only the day before. And hey, it looks as if it's usually only like 1%, 0.6% right now. Not 12, so it doesn't too bad. Okay, so to be more, make your platformer game. In this project, you'll find. Let's quickly just do a bit of. In this project, you'll find preloaded scenes, scripts, audio, tutorials, and more to inspire you and help you start creating. New Unity, quick start your creation journey with the step-by-step tutorials. Ready to create? Head straight to the scene. Okay. Let's do a bit of F11. Not F11. It's F11 to make full screen, but I guess sorry, it came over. Get started. In this tutorial, you'll begin to explore the basis of Unity Editor as you playtest the beginning of the platform micro game, review the Unity Editor's interface, make the player go faster. Ready? The play mode. First, let's try the game using play mode. You can select play in the toolbar at the top of the Unity editor. Go deeper. The scene view in the center of this layout is where you'll manipulate and change things. So this right here. When you enter play mode, the scene view changes into the game view for testing. Please enter play mode. Oh, okay. Okay. Ooh, okay. There is some frame issues. Also, this is music. I'm gonna have this on stream. Yeah, this is too framey to do on stream. Okay then. In that case, yeah, this is way too framey to do on stream. I can't. I'm not sure I like the humor there, but my point being, I can't do stream, so I'll probably end the stream here. And yeah, I'm gonna stream here, and then I'll just kind of thumb it off stream. Yeah, because that ain't gonna. Well, it is what it is. I mean, I have only been live for 6 hours, so it's not like I've been so. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I would like to be able to continue and do more with this on stream, but like I don't have anything else to work on stream. Like I should message the viewer about the say that, let me know that I'll be available to do to work on his encounter table thing, just kind of doing everything, and then I yeah, yeah, I don't know that's the stream. Like I have that thing. There's the magic item for stuff I want to work on soon-ish, but there's also Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which I got for Christmas. I want to play on stream. So I've got some things to do. I'm just not gonna start them now. I'm probably gonna start Xenoblade Chronicles after I finish the D&D stuff, because like next week I'm not gonna play. I'll have to work on stuff for that adventure, I would think. so I won't be able to keep up with that. So I won't be able, so I would like. I mean, there's a chance I don't need. I just not. There won't be anything I have to do next week. But like, I don't want to be like kind of breaking that up. I would like to be kind of consecutive. I think. So rather than not start that now, I'd rather start that down the road. And like have streams like, okay, this stream's designated for that. Not have a stream that's like starts like I don't want to start right in the middle of a stream. So, yeah. And then as for the Matterphone thing, I kind of want to do that after I finish doing Big Problems 3 or yeah. Also, the game's I know this is not. The game's probably my understanding is probably pretty long. So, but I could be wrong with that. I don't know too much about the game. But yeah, and then yeah, the ones mentioned for the after that, and yeah, like there's not much else for me to do. But yeah. So yeah, with that being said, for those looking at the stream, thanks for dropping by, and with that, see you tomorrow, probably, or maybe there's a small chance I might go live later today. I doubt it, but like there is a chance. But I said small chance, but there's still a chance. But yeah. With that, for those looking at the stream, they drop by, and that said, this time.